Good morning, everybody. This is Jesse Jackman. I'm the designated federal officer, and I call this meeting to order. This is the third meeting for the task force for reviewing the connectivity and technology needs of precision agriculture in the United States. We got a packed agenda today, so without further ado, I'll turn it over to the task force chair, Teddy Bekele. Teddy.
Thank you, Jesse, and good morning, everyone. Good morning to the task force members. Good morning to the vice chairs that are on the call for the working groups, as well as everybody else joining us today virtually. Again, I want to personally thank you to the third meeting of the task force for reviewing the connectivity and technology needs of precision agriculture in the United States. Unfortunately, we're having to do this virtually. We'd have preferred to do this in person, as we had to do the last one virtual. But I think with the technology that we have in place today, we're all making it work. I do hope that next meeting, which is set in the fall, we will have the chance to connect face to face, and it will be sort of wrapping up some of our recommendations for this year. Again, I look forward to the discussion today. I think, the last meeting, we spent a lot of time learning. We had several presentations. We do have some presentations today, again, on more topics that I think are relevant to us. But the second half of the meeting will really be dedicated to some of the discussions you've been having in the working groups and some of the potential initial recommendations that are coming forward. So I look forward to listening to those and having a robust discussion. So I'd encourage everyone, as you hear it, that one of the purposes of having the various working groups come together and not only report out on what they've been working on, but also report out on some of the recommendations, is so we could do cross-group discussions, make sure we don't overlap work, and if there's additional maybe thoughts or recommendations we may have for that working group, that will be the time to be able to put those forward. So again, I expect a robust conversation through that, and I think we'll leave the day feeling like we're at a good spot and we made some great progress. Also, particularly, I mentioned it earlier, but I want to thank the vice chairs for being in this meeting as well. I think in addition to the task force members and the chairs for the working groups, we've asked the vice chairs to participate with us today. I think that's exciting, and you'll be able to provide some color for us as far as what's been happening in those working groups too. Briefly reviewing the agenda for today, we have a few presentations, like I said at the beginning, or the first half of it. The Broadband Data Act and Digital Opportunity and Data Collection Update. We will have that given to us by folks from the FCC. Then we'll get into the establishing a 5G fund for rural America and the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund as well. So those should be brief and a kind of an overview of what's happening in those specific areas, both for the 5G and the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And then we'll finish up with the Reconnect Loan and Grant Program, and that will take us about to 11:05 this morning, Eastern Time. We will then take a 5-minute break, and then we're delighted to have Grand Farm presentations come in and do an overview of some of the work they've been doing. I've heard of a lot of the work they've done. I've seen some presentations, but I think we'll get almost not exactly a hands-on, but as virtual hands-on presentation as possible. And I think that'll be exciting for us. That will take us to lunch. So again, that will be 12:15 Eastern, 11:15 Central. We will take a break at that point for about 30 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at 12:45. And then from 12:45 to 4, that's the time in which we will spend a good portion of our discussion on the working groups, from the updates as well as some of the initial recommendations, and again, a robust discussion there. So I look forward to the day. It's as Jesse mentioned, is a packed agenda. Should be a lot of fun. Should be very engaging, and I look forward to a strong and robust conversation from this group. With that, I will turn it over to Catherine Mori, the vice chair of the task force, for a few remarks as well.
Thanks, Teddy. And I would just add my welcome to everyone, and thanks for participating. I'm excited for today. I think the presentations are going to be chock full of information that are as relevant to the discussions that we've all been having on our working groups. And like Teddy, I think the highlight of the agenda is really going to be the working groups this afternoon, and the hope for robust conversation and to figure out where some of the overlap might be, to maybe help some of the working groups get more focused on their charge. So I'm going to keep it brief. Welcome, thanks. I look forward to it. And Teddy, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I think Catherine and I are doing our best to make sure that our 5-minute break turns into a 10-minute break. So we all need that. So with that, I will turn it over now to the review of the Broadband Data Act and the Digital Opportunity Data Collection Update. So Michael Ray and Suzanne Larson, I think, are taking over.
And Teddy, this is Jesse. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that I announce that all the task force members are here and present, except Andy Bader was not able to make it today. So just wanted to get that on the record that all the task force members are present here, except for Andy Bader. So with that, sorry for that interruption, but Susanna, sorry, and Michael, sorry, but please go ahead.
Nah, no problems. And as I get set up, our thoughts and prayers are also with Andy at this moment.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. My name is Michael Ray, and I'm an attorney in the Wireline Competition Bureau at the FCC. With me today also is Susanna Larson, and Susanna is an attorney in the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. And both of us worked pretty hard on the item that the Commission adopted last week with regard to broadband mapping. So I'm going to talk a little bit about just a brief history of our broadband mapping efforts here at the FCC. I'm also going to cover a little bit of the wired fixed part of the order and the further notice of proposed rulemaking that we adopted last week. And then Susanna is going to talk a little bit about the wireless aspects, particularly what happens with regard to mobile broadband. So just a brief bit of history. As some of you may know, the FCC currently collects broadband data from both fixed and mobile providers using the FCC Form 477. Now, in about 2013, the FCC adopted the current requirement that fixed service providers have to report on FCC Form 477 a list of census blocks in which they provide access to broadband. Now, that block level reporting, while imperfect, was a valuable data source that the Commission has used over the last couple of years to identify those least served parts of the country. And the data that we collected and have been collecting has been incorporated into many FCC proceedings and actions, including reporting to Congress about availability of broadband, informing our transaction reviews, and most importantly, supporting our universal service policy. Now, in 2019, last year in August, we adopted an order, and we also adopted a further notice of proposed rulemaking where we sought comments on how better to improve our broadband mapping. Now, the order that we adopted the Digital Opportunity Data Collection, which was a means of sort of reforming how we collect broadband and expanding on what we do with the current FCC Form 477. What we did was we adopted a three-pronged approach to developing a nationwide broadband coverage maps that had, precise granularity, and we were going to do that by collecting detailed coverage data from service providers, comparing it against a database of all locations that are or could be connected to broadband, then also allowing consumers, along with state, local, and tribal governments and other entities, provide feedback on the accuracy of the coverage maps that the providers submitted to the FCC. Now, in the further notice of proposed rulemaking from 2019, we also sought comment on any additional technical standards for fixed broadband providers that could ensure greater precision for deployment reporting, ways in which the FCC could incorporate crowdsource and location-specific fixed broadband deployment data into the collection, and then how the FCC could incorporate the collection of accurate, reliable mobile voice and broadband coverage data into the collection. And Susanna's going to talk a lot about that. Now, following adoption of that item last year, Congress in March of this year passed the Broadband Data Act. And that act largely ratifies the FCC's three-pronged approach to mapping, to broadband mapping. But it did change certain of the requirements. Now, the most significant change from that act was that Congress prohibited the FCC from using USAC, which I know many of you know that USAC is the administrator of a lot of what we do for universal service. They prevented the FCC from using USAC to administer these new broadband maps, which was the FCC's sole source of funding for broadband mapping. So at this particular point in time, the FCC is really unable to fully implement the Broadband Data Act, at least until Congress appropriates funding for that purpose. I'll briefly sort of summarize, again, the wireline aspects of the item that was adopted on Thursday. That order that we adopted largely builds on the filing requirements that we previously adopted or proposed for broadband service providers, and also took into account a lot of the comments that were submitted in response to the further notice that was issued last August. The item also implements a number of provisions that Congress told us to from the Broadband Data Act. So from this report and order, the FCC is going to require that all broadband internet access service providers submit data on the availability and quality of their broadband service twice a year, once on March 1st and once on September 1st. Now that March filing is going to reflect data as of December 31st of the previous year, while the September filing is going to reflect the data as of June the 30th of the then current calendar year. Now, I'm going to talk again about the requirements that we put in place for fixed providers. So we're going to require fixed wireless providers to report their coverage areas based on propagation maps and model details using prescribed parameters, or based on a list of addresses or locations in order to define their specific coverage areas. All fixed terrestrial providers and satellite providers can use either shapefiles to report their coverage area or a list of addresses or locations. Now, all fixed providers have to provide details on the methodology that they use to determine their coverage. In addition, all fixed providers that report coverage using a list of addresses or locations have to ensure that those locations are within certain technology-specific maximum buffers. And we have different maximum buffers for things like DSL. We have a different buffer for fiber, a different buffer for hybrid fiber coax, which a lot of cable providers use. Now, we also require that if a fixed provider reports a location or an address as served, we allow them to report that location as served if it is outside the buffer for that particular technology, if and only if one of two or three things happen. One is that if a provider has a current subscriber at a location beyond the bounds of the buffer, they can report that location as served. If the provider has or previously had a broadband subscriber, using that same technology at a location beyond the bounds of the maximum buffer, they can report that location as served. Or if a provider is currently receiving or has received universal service support to provide broadband service in a particular area, or if the provider has other federal, state, or local obligations to make service available in the area, and that provider has begun to make service available in that area, then they can report that location as served, even if it's outside the buffer. A couple other things that the order did was we established a common data set of all locations in the United States where fixed broadband service can be installed. This is known as the Broadband Serviceable Location Fabric. This is something that Congress required us to do, but it's also something that we're in the process of doing anyway as a result of our actions from last year. This was kind of interesting. So in this particular requirement, our aim is to find every single location in the United States, every single, and location can be a building, a farmhouse, any location that can receive or can use broadband service. We're going to map eventually every single, once we get funding, we're going to map every single location in the United States where broadband service to a location where broadband service can be provided. This is going to be a Herculean task, and we're going to need a little bit of help. And we're also seeking comment in the further notice on how best to implement this requirement. But if you think about it, pinning broadband service to a particular location is the most granular that you can get. Once we get this broadband serviceable location fabric up and running, it's going to make our job of broadband mapping much easier, and it's going to provide such a wealth of information that we'll be able to pinpoint those areas where broadband is and where broadband is not, so as to help us, close the digital divide and make sure we get broadband to all the areas that need it. In addition, some of the other things we did in the order from this past week, we also adopted processes for verifying the accuracy of the broadband data that providers submit to us. Some of the things that we're going to do to verify data is use crowdsourced data. We're also going to require that providers provide a certification in all their twice-a-year filings. And we're also going to use commission audits to examine the data. We're also going to explore in the further notice other ways of verifying at least fixed data. And Susanna's going to talk about ways that we're also going to provide verification for mobile data. In terms of actual mapping, Congress requires us, and we're going to establish a national broadband map that will depict the extent and availability of broadband access throughout the United States, as well as the areas of the United States that remain unserved. We're also going to put together 2 other maps that will depict only fixed and mobile broadband coverage data, respectively. We'll have these 3 broadband maps. We're also going to establish a process for collecting verified data for use in those maps from state, local, and tribal governments, and from other federal agencies, and if the commission deems it in the public interest from certain third parties. Lastly, I'm going to talk about the further notice of proposed rulemaking, where we're seeking a number of comments on additional implementation issues. For instance, we're seeking comment on requiring only facilities-based providers rather than resellers to file these biannual broadband availability reports. We're also seeking comment on developing additional processes whereby the FCC can verify the accuracy and reliability of the broadband data submitted by providers, including an engineering certification for all biannual filings, implementing a requirement to collect and use verified data from third parties and government entities, and establishing a method for parties to formally challenge the fixed and mobile data submitted by providers. Now, particularly with regard to this challenge process, we're seeking comment on sort of the types and granularity of the information to be provided in a challenge, the need to mitigate time and expense in submitting or responding to a challenge, the cost to consumers and providers from misallocating funds based on any outdated or inaccurate information in coverage maps, any lessons learned from some other challenge processes that the commission has implemented in the past. We're going to seek comment on the need for user-friendly submission formats to promote participation in the process. We're also going to seek comment on verification of data submitted through the challenge process. We're going to allow providers to respond to challenges, and we're going to develop an online mechanism for submitting and tracking challenges. Some of the other things we're going to seek comment on is how best to administer that broadband serviceable location fabric, providing technical assistance to entities involved in the collection of broadband data, reforming the current FCC Form 477 collection in a manner that best reflects what's in the Act. We're also going to try and preserve the data to a certain extent from the Form 477 so we can compare data from the data that we collect before the Broadband Data Act went into effect and data that we're going to collect after the new collection goes into effect. We're also going to seek comment on enforcing any new reporting standards and how best to sort of create those coverage maps I talked about earlier. That's all I have. I'm going to turn it over to Susanna and let her talk about the wireless side of things. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Mike. As Mike mentioned, I'll be discussing the mobile portions of the item, which aim to improve the Commission's current mobile broadband data collection and coverage maps, and to implement the Broadband Data Act's requirements. In the report and order, the Commission adopted new standards and requirements for mobile providers submitting their broadband deployment data. And then in the third further notice, the Commission seeks comment on other ways to improve the mobile broadband deployment data, including additional standards and processes for collecting that data, and then also for verifying it. And those are some of the things that Mike talked about. And as he mentioned as well, the further notice also seeks comment on creating a challenge process for mobile broadband data. So I'll start with some of the details on the second report and order, and then I'll move on to the third further notice. So in the report and order portion for mobile providers, the order requires mobile providers to submit their coverage maps and details of their propagation models based on minimum parameters for depending on their network, for their 3G, 4G, and 5G networks. They must reflect coverage areas in their maps where users would expect to receive the minimum required download and upload speeds, which I'll talk about later, with not less than 90% cell edge probability and 50% cell loading. So cell edge probability means the likelihood that the minimum download and upload speeds for mobile broadband will be met or exceeded at a certain distance from a base station to indicate the edge of that cell's coverage area. And then cell loading or network loading is the percentage of available air interface resources of a base station that are used by consumers for mobile broadband. And those definitions both come from the Act, and the order adopts those definitions. The maps also must have a spatial resolution of 100 meters or better, and that's so that they can address any differences in clutter and terrain that could affect the signal propagation. So as I mentioned, the order adopts minimum user download and upload speeds that the maps must reflect, and those are specific to each type of network. So for 4G LTE, providers have to submit maps that reflect a minimum download speed of 5 megabits per second and an upload speed of 1 megabits per second. And that was specified in the Broadband Data Act, that parameter. For 5G networks, the order requires that providers submit 2 different minimum speed threshold maps that show 2 different speed thresholds. So they must submit maps using minimum speeds of 7 megabits per second down and 1 megabits per second up at the cell edge. And the order adopts that standard because it reflects the minimum desired typical user experience across a broad 5G coverage area. So it reflects the broader 5G coverage. They also have to submit maps based on the higher 35 megabits per second down and 3 megabits per second up at the cell edge. And that's to help consumers understand where 5G might be available for other more demanding types of use cases. For 3G, the minimum speed is 200 kilobits per second down and 50 kilobits per second up. And that's just the threshold that the Commission has used in the past, so that's consistent. In addition to those parameters that the order sets, mobile providers can also choose other parameters for their models that reflect their own network configurations, but they have to submit that information to the FCC, and all of that information will be publicly available. Mike mentioned that the order also establishes that the Commission will collect crowdsourced data. And at least with respect to mobile, it distinguishes between crowdsourced data from third-party sources and then things that individuals might submit, such as through a speed test app on their own phones. And then finally, as Mike mentioned, the order establishes that the Commission will collect data from government and third-party entities to verify the mobile broadband coverage information. But with respect to mobile data, it seeks comment on how to do that in the further notice. So I'll turn to the third further notice of proposed rulemaking now. It seeks comment on additional implementation issues associated with the Broadband Data Act. And that includes whether to adopt additional standards in addition to what I mentioned earlier for collecting and reporting mobile broadband coverage data. For example, it seeks comment on whether to set minimum values for signal strength, which would be reference signal received power or received signal strength indicator, and whether to set minimum values for fading statistics. It also asks about requiring mobile providers to submit additional coverage maps based on different speeds, different cell edge probability, or cell loading values, and if there would be a value to collecting those additional maps. For mobile providers, it also seeks comment on requiring them to provide detailed mobile network infrastructure information. And the Commission, if we require that would use that to verify the reliability of the mobile provider's coverage maps. So the further notice seeks comment on what infrastructure data to collect, and then also how to balance concerns such as the commercial sensitivity of that data and national security concerns with the usefulness of that data to verify what the providers submit in their coverage maps. It also seeks comment on requiring mobile providers to submit on-the-ground data, such as drive testing, as a tool to verify broadband coverage maps. And it would propose to have them submit a statistically valid sample of their network rather than test the entire network through drive testing. It proposes requiring them to use a combination of mobile and stationary tests, that those tests would all be outdoor. And it proposes that they should include parameters such as downlink, uplink, latency, and signal strength. Similar to that, as I mentioned, the order adopts that the Commission would accept data from government and third-party entities as a tool to verify maps. So the further notice seeks comment on whether to accept on-the-ground data and whether to set technical parameters for that on-the-ground data, and whether we have the authority to set technical parameters for voluntarily submitted data. It also seeks comment on how to implement a pilot program to test the feasibility of collecting on-the-ground data from a federal agency with a delivery fleet, such as the USPS. This is one of the requirements in the Act, so the further notice asks questions about what a program with the USPS could look like and how to implement that. And Mike already mentioned the user-friendly challenge process. And so for mobile, it proposes to allow them to challenge the availability of broadband and the quality of service that they're receiving. It seeks comment on what limits, if any, to set on any data that consumers would submit for a challenge. And then it proposes a more standardized process for governmental and other entities to challenge delivered speeds for mobile service using a grid system and requiring them to submit at least 3 speed test measurements per grid. And finally, as Mike mentioned as well, the further notice seeks comment generally on other issues such as enforcement mechanisms, details on creating the revised coverage maps that the Commission will create, the provision of technical assistance to certain stakeholders, and then reforms to the FCC's Form 477, including reporting the mobile subscriber data. So that's all that I have. I don't know if we want to open it up to questions for Mike or for me, if anyone has any.
Yeah, Mike, Susanna, thank you for that presentation. Do we have members of the task force that want to ask questions? I see Catherine already has a hand up, so we can use that function to be able to get called upon. Catherine?
I'll start off. I know that there's quite a bit still in the further notice, and I know that you're awaiting congressional appropriation of dollars, but is there any idea or goal in when the map will actually be published, when we can actually use the data?
Hey, so this is Mike. Susanna and the wireless guys have their own challenges with regard to maps, and so I'll let her talk about any anticipated dates for mobile maps. You know, even if we get the funding, obviously a task like this is going to be pretty Herculean, and we need to get the IT in place. We need to get the infrastructure in place on our end. You know, being the federal government, we don't move all that swiftly. So a lot of times, you know, it may take a while. I'd hesitate to sort of try and estimate when we'd actually have these maps online. You know, hopefully we're going to be able to start collecting data, you know, maybe next year or maybe the year after. I don't know, but it's, you know, at some point after that, after we start collecting the data, then we're going to use that data to start putting the maps together. It'll be a bit. I'll let Susanna talk about when she might think the mobile maps might come online.
Hey, Mike, this is Karen. I'm going to take that question for Susanna. So for the same reasons that Mike cited, I don't think we would be able to tell you a specific date or give you an idea yet. There's a couple of different factors at play. But, we are working as quickly as possible, and we hope to, improve this process faster than probably anyone does, because we've obviously been taking the brunt of the of people's ire with regard to our maps. So.
Thank you. Dr. Adeline?
Thank you, Teddy. So in our working group, we talked about definitions, because people talk about accessibility and they talk about availability. But when you run a ground truth on that, they say there's really not availability, especially when we're talking production ag, you're talking sections of ground. So are you defining what availability means? Are you defining what accessibility means in relationship to actual coverage?
So I'll talk about a little bit on the fixed side, and I'll let Aaron talk about availability on the mobile side. But yeah, we definitely define availability. We have to give that sort of guidance to providers so that they know what to report once we get the new collection online. As you may know, the current way we collect data through the FCC Form 477 on the fixed side is, if a provider serves or could serve a portion of a census block, then that whole census block is considered covered. Our intent in this new collection is to get much more granular than that. And we define availability such that the provider can only report a location or an address or produce a shapefile based on areas that are actually served by the provider, that are actually available to the public at specified speeds, or that could be available with a minimum amount of effort by the actual provider. And that means, the provider can report that location is served if they can serve it, fairly quickly, within about 10 days time, without having to do a whole lot of extra work. So we're making it very, very restrictive in terms of what a provider can be considered to be available. And then we're also making it much more granular so that they can only report, at least on the fixed side, they can only report an area, a location or address as being served or could be served, or they can provide a shapefile, which again is much more granular than using our current census block reporting. But in terms of actual availability, yeah, it's pretty specific in terms of the actual location that a provider can be able to report. And I'll let Aaron talk about any requirements on the mobile side for availability.
Sure. So it's a little bit different on the mobile side because of basically the physics of signal propagation. And, we're sort of taking into consideration two different things. It's both, it's both the speed of the service, the signal strength and speed, in addition to just whether or not there's a signal present at all. And basically the propagation model parameters are what sort of combined account for both of those things. So the 719050 that Susanna referenced are the things that sort of determine based on a particular provider's network, basically the shape, the contour of the cell coverage. So it's going to, these are models and we try to predict, I think we tried to create a method for predicting that as closely as possible. And so, it's a little different in that we don't have an address like we do on the fixed side where someone can say, hey, I live at, such and such Elm Street and I don't have service. But, it's the best I think you can do given physics and the technology. So I hope that answers your question.
One other quick point to add on to what Aaron said, it's worth a mention about what we do with fixed wireless. It's kind of a hybrid animal in that it usually falls within the fixed parameters, but it's also a wireless service. So instead of being able to use shapefiles to define a service area, the fixed wireless guys, just like mobile, they can either use a list of, they can use propagation models and model details, propagation details. So even though it's kind of it's a fixed service, it is wireless, and so we have to give some accounting to the fact that there's RF involved. Similar. It's different than the actual mobile side, but in terms of availability, it still has the same requirements as other fixed providers do.
Thank you.
Michael Gomes, I saw your hand up for a second and went down. Did you still have a question, or was that question answered?
No, Aaron and Mike, between the propagation modeling, answered most of what I was going to ask about. Thanks.
I have a quick question, Mike. You mentioned earlier funding, right? So what funding is required, and then what are some of the challenges you foresee there?
Wow, that's a good question. It's so with granularity and getting better maps and better data, that's going to require a lot of effort on our part. Given our current budget, we sort of didn't maybe plan as much for quite the type of effort that Congress mandated through the Broadband Data Act and put those requirements on us. So we need money to implement all of this. It comes with a huge, IT requirement that we're going to have to stand up in-house or contract out possibly. It requires us to probably stand up 2 or 3 pretty huge databases in order both to receive the data providers as well as being able to track things like crowdsourcing complaints, challenges that are made. We're going to have to be able to incorporate state, local government data. It's a big IT lift, and it's a big internal lift from the FCC. So we're going to require money. There are a couple of different options that Congress gave us at the very, very end of the Broadband Data Act in terms of getting funding. One thing they said that we couldn't do was to help to use universal service money or any help from USAC in terms of getting all this paid for and implemented. So a couple of our other options are to get just direct funding from Congress or I think the Commission allowed us the opportunity to collect annual regulatory fees, probably from those who actually submit data to us. We would charge them an annual fee like we do to radio and TV and wireless providers to help pay for this. That's going to require an appropriations. We probably wouldn't be able to do that in 2020. The fiscal year is almost over. We probably have to ask for that kind of money for fiscal year 2021. Our other option is, again, just asking Congress directly for the money. In timing, I don't know what the timing looks like right now in terms of Congress giving us money for something like that. Again, we'd love to get granular maps out there and start collecting this data, as quickly as we possibly can, because it's a great effort and would have great benefit to the American people. But without the money, our hands are sort of tied. I'll let Erin chime in on any funding issues she sees.
Mike, I don't have anything to add. You covered it. You know more than I do.
That's scary.
A lot of this.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer. I mean, and the reason being, this could be potential grounds for a recommendation from our standpoint. So I do appreciate on that. Other questions from the task force?
Good morning. I'm Vice Chair for Deployment, Heather. I listed a couple questions, but didn't know if you were able to see those yet. One relates to when we look at dropped call data, and I referred to a major company. AT&T is the primary provider in our area in Central Illinois. And as I've talked with both customer service and engineers over time, they have a record of where our calls are dropped, what's actually dropped. Plus, they have the app where we can report, hey, look at my dropped call. If we pull over the car long enough to do that and can actually, that's the irony to me, is we can track it with an app, but we can't hold the call. Do you as FCC have access to those databases, because that seems to be a ready-made GPS kind of supported map that these companies are creating and are aware of.
I can take that. I don't think we have current access to a lot of the network data that the providers have. One of the things we're seeking comment on in the further notice is trying to get access to more of their infrastructure data. And we hope also to get some of the additional information that we will get through the report and order on some of their propagation models and how those models are created will help us with tracking those things a little bit better. And I think a lot of these problems can also be addressed through the challenge process once that's adopted and people are able to submit their own data to show, similar to what you just suggested, that, hey, you know, I'm dropping calls here, but maybe their map says something different. So I think there are processes in place, despite whether or not we actually have some of or all of their network data, that will allow us to sort of help you know, resolve a challenge or an issue with the map or with just service in general.
Okay. Well, Michael and Susanna, thank you so much for taking the time to give us a presentation on this and give us an update. We appreciate the comments, and we'll move on to the next item. Okay, so the next one is an update on the 5G Fund for Rural America. I believe we have Jonathan McCormick with us to be able to give us an update on this. Jonathan, are you on the line with us?
Yes, give me 1 second to pull up and share my screen.
Great.
All right, you guys able to see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, are you able to see just one screen or both?
Just one screen.
Cool, perfect. All right. So thanks, everybody. You know, this sort of dovetails, I think, to some extent with what we were just talking about for the digital opportunity data collection. But the 5G Fund for Rural America is sort of the next phase in trying to reform the high cost support in for mobile services, dovetailing also with the efforts that the Commission is doing right now with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And for those of you who have memories of the stuff going back a little ways, is this sort of the continuation of Mobility Fund Phase 2, or I guess the replacement for it. So just wanted to say, you know, obviously we have time for questions after this, and if anything comes up, feel free to raise your hand, ask a question in sort of the chat. But also, if there's any questions that you have after or that you want to send during this presentation directly to the team at the FCC that's working on this, you can email us at ruralbroadband@fcc.gov for any follow-up or anything that comes after this that you might have questions about. So just sort of as a way of background, you know, over the last couple of years, the Commission has been taking a number of steps, as I was mentioning before, to close the digital divide, awarding support via auction. So back in 2018, there was the Connect America Fund Phase 2, which awarded support for fixed broadband and voice services. Currently, we've got the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, which is ongoing. And we'll have an auction upcoming in the fall for, again, awarding support for fixed broadband voice services, this time awarding up to $20 million. The Phase 1 auction that's coming up in the fall will be $16 billion of that. And Phase 2 will be following and actually take into account some of the information that will be collected via the digital opportunity data collection. But sort of the focus of this today, this presentation, is on the 5G Fund for Rural America, which was proposed earlier this year and would award up to $9 billion for support to deploy 5G service in 2 phases. Phase 1 was proposed to include up to $8 billion and target areas that are unlikely to see timely deployment of 5G service absent support. And Phase 2 would award the remainder of the budget with at least $1 billion reserved, and probably of most interest to you all here, would also target support to network deployments that facilitate precision agriculture. So just sort of as, again, a little bit of background, the Commission in 2011 adopted a transformation order to reform legacy high-cost support, including for mobile services, which introduced a new funding approach using competitive bidding or auctions to award support. The order also froze the levels of legacy high-cost support and commenced a 5-year phase down of the legacy mobile high-cost support to replace that with support awarded through the Mobility Fund auctions. In 2012, the Commission held the Mobility Fund Phase 1 and Tribal Mobility Fund Phase 1 auctions, which awarded one-time support for carriers to deploy 3G or better, at the time 3G or 4G services in unserved areas. And the Mobility Fund Phase 1 and Tribal Mobility Fund Phase 1 auctions awarded $300 million, up to $300 million and $50 million in support. Because the Commission had not implemented the follow-on to that, the Mobility Fund Phase 2 auction by 2014, the phase down of legacy support for mobile carriers was actually paused at that time at 60% of the frozen support level pending implementation of Mobility Fund Phase 2. And effectively, that's where we've been at with the legacy support program as we've been trying to find the right path forward to reform and getting new support out to places that are currently not receiving support. So in 2016, the Commission had the staff analyze the allocation of legacy high-cost support, as well as the state of LTE coverage, and the staff released a report with its findings then. The report concluded that over 75% of legacy mobile high-cost support may be misallocated, and that only about 20% of the country lacked entirely 4G LTE service provided by an unsubsidized carrier. In other words, the report was concluding that the mobile carriers receive approximately $300 million per year in subsidies to provide service in areas, even though maybe that support is not necessary to ensure the availability of 4G LTE because there's currently an unsubsidized competitor in that area. The Commission then decided to establish the Mobility Fund Phase 2 auction in 2017. And this auction would award up to $4.5 billion in support to carriers to deploy 4G LTE service to areas that lack unsubsidized 4G LTE broadband that was defined having a minimum speed of 5 megabits per second download. The eligibility for Mobility Fund Phase 2 was to be established through a one-time collection of 4G LTE coverage data using standardized parameters. It was somewhat of a proto version of the what was now adopted for the digital opportunity data collection, where the Commission decided to really standardize a lot of these parameters to get a much more apples-to-apples comparison between coverage maps. To alleviate some concerns, though, that were still remaining about the reliability of the mobile coverage data, the Commission also established a process by which interested parties could challenge the claims of coverage by a mobile carrier. In the 2018 Mobility Fund Phase 2 challenge process, other carriers, state, local, and tribal government entities, as well as a handful of entities that were allowed to participate by being granted a waiver, could challenge the accuracy of the coverage data that had been submitted to us. The challengers were required to conduct and submit their own on-the-ground speed tests showing download speeds of less than 5 megabits per second in order to prove their challenges. Again, these are a lot of the things that we've built upon for the digital opportunity data collection as well. And so as a result of the data that was submitted in the challenge process, as well as some other evidence submitted in the record, the staff launched an investigation shortly after the close of the challenge window into whether one or more major carriers had violated the mapping rules. Ultimately, this culminated in a 2019 report on the state of the investigation. For this investigation, staff conducted its own drive tests across 12 states, driving more than 10,000 miles while testing the network of 3 different providers. And the report that was released in 2019 concluded that the 4G LTE coverage data submitted by these carriers didn't actually match the actual coverage in many cases. Among other recommendations, the staff report recommended that the Commission terminate the Mobility Fund Phase 2 challenge process, really because the 4G LTE coverage data that had been collected for part of that were not considered really a sufficiently accurate basis upon which to conduct the challenge process as it was designed. So with the failure or concerns about the Mobility Fund Phase 2, the Commission then decided in April of this year, earlier 2020, to propose to replace the Mobility Fund Phase 2 with a new fund called the 5G Fund for Rural America. And as I was mentioning before, the 5G fund would be conducted using a 2-phase approach and would award up to $9 billion in support over 10 years to support the deployment of voice and 5G mobile broadband service. Phase 1 would award support to deploy to areas that would not see timely 5G service absent some sort of support or funding, and that would again comprise, as proposed, $8 billion of the total $9 billion budget, or up to $8 billion. Phase 2, as proposed, would award at least $1 billion and whatever the remainder of the Phase 1 budget for support to have deployments that facilitate precision agriculture, as well as any areas that remain unserved after Phase 1. After the Phase 1 auction had concluded. Similar to what we've done for CAF Phase 2 and the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and what was ultimately originally adopted for Mobility Fund Phase 2, the Commission would use a multi-round reverse clock auction format to award support to deploy service. So the kind of important thing to note, and to some extent what's I think raised the most concerns in the record so far, as we've started to go through some of the comments that have come in, is we proposed 2 different sort of alternate approaches to how to get to a Phase 1 auction, recognizing a lot of the issues that we ran into before with Mobility Fund Phase 2, as well as other ongoing efforts like the Digital Opportunity Data Collection and the Broadband Data Act that had been adopted by Congress earlier this year. And so the NPRM lays out 2 different approaches. Option A in the NPRM would use existing data that define the ruralness of an area to determine eligible areas. So this would not be based upon a collection of coverage data, would not be based upon the Digital Opportunity Data Collection mobile data that would be coming in, but it would be based upon USDA data that define these rural-urban commuting patterns to determine whether an area is particularly rural or not, and then have those areas that are particularly rural eligible for support. There would be a priority that's given to areas that have historically lacked 3G and 4G LTE service, and the NPRM seeks comment on exactly how to define those and how to make those determinations. But because the data exists already and we have effectively what we need to be able to define eligible areas, the Commission estimated that we could actually conduct the Phase 1 auction as soon as next year if we were to go with the Option A approach. However, recognizing a lot of people have concerns about getting the maps correct, we also laid out Option B, which would collect and use new coverage data to determine the eligible areas. And this was proposed to actually use the data that would come in through the Digital Opportunity Data Collection, which, as you all just heard, there are some hurdles to actually getting those maps in and generated, mostly having to do with funding, but then once we even have funding to actually have system development and put everything together to be able to actually process this. But this approach would be based upon the collection of this coverage data. The areas that would be eligible would be those that are lacking 4G LTE and 5G coverage. And the NPRM seeks comment on specifically how to do that and specifically what priority to give. But because, as I mentioned before, of some of the concerns that we have with funding and with getting the digital opportunity data collection stood up, the phase one auction under option B, staff estimates wouldn't be ready to go for basically added about 18 months to a 2-year delay. So the auction would be sometime in 2023 due to those requirements. Anyway, those were the sort of the major framework that was proposed, and we certainly we've received some comments on it, and there's still an open comment cycle. So to the extent that you have opinions on that, if you want to file reply comments, I'll give you the dates for that coming up later. So the auction, as I was mentioning before, has a phase 2, which would be proposed to have the remainder of the $9 million budget with at least $1 billion, that would be awarded in phase 2. And that phase 2 would target these network deployments that would facilitate precision agriculture and incorporate recommendations from the Precision Agriculture Task Force. Not a ton else was said by the Commission in the report in order, sorry, in the NPRM, but I think it is clear that the Commission is expecting and hoping that because phase 2 would necessarily follow phase 1 and come at a later point, that we would be able to take into account a lot of the hard work that the Precision Agriculture Task Force is doing to help define what phase 2 should look like and how we should help use phase 2 to get deployments that would facilitate precision agriculture. The NPRM did propose that it would incorporate updated coverage maps that, if they're available, for phase 2, regardless of whether we go with the option A or option B approach. So assuming that the phase 2 auction is conducted at some point after the digital opportunity data collection is underway and we have mobile coverage data, the phase 2 would take into account some of the new maps and the coverage data that we would get through that process, at least as proposed. So a little bit more about the design of the auction, both for phase 1 and phase 2. So if you've been paying attention to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, or you participated in Connect America Fund phase 2, or sort of our other auctions generally for universal service, this is probably going to be fairly familiar. But the NPRM proposed to use, as I mentioned, a descending clock auction design that uses competition between bidders, but also between areas, that has a single clock price that descends in each round to determine what the price of support that would be awarded in a particular area would be. Bids would be a commitment to provide service to eligible areas within a minimum geographic area for bidding, which I think in the NPRM was proposed to be census tracts, at the area's support amount for that round. And the support amount for each area would be calculated by multiplying sort of the adjusted square kilometers, and we'll get into what the adjustment means, but essentially the square kilometers of the eligible areas by the single auction clock price that would be ticking down in each round. As I mentioned, the 5G Fund NPRM proposed to use census tracts as the minimum geographic area for bidding, and that the auction would close after the total requested support for all bidders in all areas is below the budget, and there are no more competing bids. So if you've got 2 people in an area, you've only, you still have competition in that area, and prices would continue to go down. But once there's only a single bidder remaining in each area, and you're below the budget, the auction would close. Both phase 1 and phase 2 were proposed to use the same auction design. And again, this is all part of an open comment proceeding at the moment. So if you have any input on that or want to weigh in, I would encourage you to look at the filings and some reply comments or commenting and coming in for ex parte. So as I mentioned before, that term adjusted square kilometers. So we have proposed that areas that are eligible for 5G fund support would include what's called the adjustment factor. That would account for sort of relative differences between areas that have different terrain, but also that take into account the different business cases for 5G. So for example, areas that have more mountainous terrain or less of a business case would have a greater weight than areas with a flat terrain or a greater business case. And this helps to make sure that the money is not just allocated to areas that are already going to see 5G deployment absent support, or that would see it in a faster time frame. We want people to be deploying to these hard to serve areas, we recognize that there are greater costs in doing so in places that have more mountainous terrain or less of a business case. The NPRM proposed to incorporate this adjustment factor for bidding, but also for the disaggregation of legacy high-cost support. And we'll sort of get into what the legacy high-cost support, what's going to happen there in a slide or two. But basically, the total square kilometers of an eligible area, for example, within a census tract, would be multiplied by the area's adjustment factor value to determine its adjusted square kilometers. So, for example, if a census tract has eligible areas and it's particularly mountainous or there's a particularly weak business case, then that area, even though it had square kilometers of 10 square kilometers, might have an adjustment factor value of 2.5. I'm sort of spitballing numbers here, but and so you'd end up having the total adjusted square kilometers for that area would be 25, so it'd be 2.5 times that 10 square kilometers. The staff proposed the adjustment factor values that would be informed, that were informed by 3 different economic models in a public notice that was released in June. There's also an open comment cycle on that. Reply comments, I think, are due in early August. So if you have insight into that or you want to weigh in, please feel free to comment in that proceeding. So again, as we mentioned earlier, there's about $300 million estimated every year going to legacy high-cost support recipients that may not be necessary to maintain the services that are there. And so the NPRM sets out a schedule to complete the reform of the legacy high-cost support program that was originally set forth in the 2011 transformation order. So the transition from legacy support to 5G fund support will be broadly similar to what was adopted for Mobility Fund Phase 2. So if you've already been paying any attention to that, it'll look fairly familiar. But basically, under either option A or the option B approach, legacy support will be phased down over 2 years for areas that are not eligible for 5G fund support. So basically, if an area had previously been 10 years ago, 20 years ago, considered high cost and was receiving this frozen high cost support, but then we do either using the definition of ruralness or by collecting new coverage data, we find that area is not necessarily going to be deprived of 5G if you don't get support out there, then those areas would be phased down, and so the people who are currently receiving support would not be cut off immediately, but would see that support go away. The legacy support will be phased down over 2 years also for a recipient that's not the winning bidder in an area that wins in one of the auctions. So again, if you got 2 people receiving support in an area and only one of them is the winner, the one who wins is going to get the 5G fund support, and the one that loses is going to be phased down and not cut off immediately. But legacy support would be maintained for up to 5 years, as proposed in the NPRM, for one recipient in eligible areas that are not won at all in the auction. Again, there's a sort of chart in the NPRM that breaks this down. I'm going to kind of skip through it because I just talked it through. But sort of more importance, I think, for folks here is not necessarily what happens to the legacy support people, but what are the obligations of people who win 5G fund support, and also, we proposed it to also have legacy high cost support, public interest obligations as well. And so in this case, these mobile high cost support recipients are going to be required, as proposed in the NPRM, to deploy 5G broadband service with minimum speeds of 35.3 and less than 100 millisecond latency. There'll be a minimum cell edge of 7.1, which is similar to what is, I think, adopted for the digital opportunity data collection, and that there would be additional requirements about the rates that can be charged, co-location and roaming requirements, and data allowance. Additionally, all mobile high-cost support recipients, both legacy and 5G fund, will be proposed to require annual reports and to file interim and final milestone reports for all of these support recipients. And then also the NPRM proposed to require coverage maps and on-the-ground testing to demonstrate that these folks are actually complying with the performance requirements. So I'm going to quickly go through just some of the more routine stuff from the NPRM, but basically similar eligibility requirements were proposed that are in line with the other universal service auctions that we have. Basically, you wouldn't need to be an ETC at the time that you're trying to participate in the auction, but you would need to do so by the long form application. You would have to demonstrate that you have access to certain spectrum necessary to meet the requirements, and you also need to demonstrate and certify certain financial and technical capability to be able to provide the supported services. The NPRM also proposed to allow T-Mobile to participate, but not to allow it to use any areas that it wins to meet any of its deployment commitments that were made as part of the Sprint T-Mobile transaction that was approved by the Commission. Again, similarly, there's some application requirements. You would use a similar two-stage auction application process that we normally use with short form and long form. Prior to the auction, bidders would indicate they want to participate by filing that short form. There'd be certain ownership, technical, and financial information required. The NPRM also proposed to revise and reform some of our existing universal service auction rules to come into compliance with changes and waivers that have been given out for Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, Connect America Fund Phase 2, et cetera. And then after the auction concludes, winning bidders will be required to file a long form application in order to be authorized to receive support. Again, these are pretty standard for our universal service auctions and our general spectrum auctions, the FCC, but again, we propose it here as well. As I mentioned before, there's an open comment cycle on both the NPRM and the adjustment factor PN. Both the adjustment factor PN and the 5G fund NPRM comments were due earlier this month and end of last month. But the reply comments for the NPRM are actually due coming up in less than a week. And reply comments in the adjustment factor PN for the proposals there are due in early August. So, I'm happy to answer some questions now, but I would encourage you to, if you're going to advocate for any sort of position on any of these sort of things, that really needs to be done through either an ex parte or a filing. But I would strongly encourage folks to participate in the comments. It definitely helps us make the best decisions when we've got input from folks. You can go to our webpage and see some other information about the 5G fund. Not a whole lot more than this, but if you have any questions, you can also email us after this auction at ruralbroadband@fcc.gov. Other than that, I'm happy to take some questions now.
Thanks, Jonathan. Any questions for Jonathan from the task force? Yep, I see one hand went up. Steve?
Yeah, Jonathan, just a quick question relative to the investment that will be made getting 5G out in the rural areas. And given that these towers will need to be serviced, fed by fiber for the backhaul, can you can you share any conversations in the rulemaking conversations relative to incentives that might be provided to make investments off of that fiber? I go back to a conversation that our working group had with a large farm operator out in Kansas about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and definitely is making precision ag work for him, utilizing definitely in his rural area wireless, the capacity that he has for wireless communication in that area, but also expressed a strong need back at the farm base office for capacity broadband service needs that are going to meet tremendous data needs that he's going to have on his farm operation. And I know, with getting 5G out in the rural areas, there will be some fiber infrastructure put in place. And I know that doesn't always coincide with maybe the wireless model of the provider that is installing that wireless network. But it would seem, and again, this is just an opinion, and share what you can about potential conversations about leveraging that investment of fiber to these towers in rural areas, leveraging that to also meet what appears to be an emerging need at the farm base operation for even higher capacity broadband needs. So if you could share what you can about that, that'd be great.
Sure, that's a great question. So I can't share tons about our thinking for phase 2, because frankly, it's still sort of at an early stage. But I do want to emphasize that the Commission does recognize the interplay between its various different programs, also its partnership with RUS and others who are similarly encouraging or financing build out of a lot of future-proof technologies in some of these areas, and how that can be leveraged and coordinated with the 5G fund and sort of our future needs for wireless. In particular, I think the Commission is hopeful and is of the belief that the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, which is getting a whole bunch of money out to fund deployments in probably some of these same areas, that would be for fixed networks. There's a preference in the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund for higher speed, lower latency, gigabit tier networks. So there's going to be some amount of, I think the Commission is confident there's going to be some amount of fiber build out and, sort of higher future-proof technology build out in some of these areas that can then be leveraged later on for something like the 5G fund, either phase 1 or phase 2, that can build upon the infrastructure that was put together and put in place there to maybe, instead of having to run fiber a very, very, very long way to a tower, you've only got to run it, a short distance to get to a tower, or somebody's farm is right nearby, so they can tap into some of the infrastructure that's being laid there. So I think there's a strong recognition that there's interplay between all of these different funding mechanisms and the different approaches, and we don't see them as sort of siloed things that are happening in the in complete ignorance of what is happening around there. In terms of specifics to help address some of the, I think, the issues that you're raising, or the opinion that you're giving there, I think that would be something that we would very much be looking for the Precision Agriculture Task Force to be able to give us a recommendation for phase 2 to say, hey, look, you've at this point, you've conducted Rural Digital Opportunity Fund phase 1 auction. You've got certain things here. RUS has money that they've been deploying for their Reconnect awards in similar areas. How can we leverage that and get the synergies there between what is currently out there for infrastructure to help get deployments in certain areas, or help tap into deployments that are currently there, or to help make sure that fiber is being deployed to towers and other things like that. So I think, without getting into any of the details, because I think we're still at a fairly early stage on some of this stuff, I think that would be an area where we would very much appreciate any insight that the Precision Agriculture Task Force can give us. And we will be asking folks about how these things interplay with one another so that we can take the best advantage and not be, making duplicative, wasteful builds or funding things that don't make sense. We really want to make sure that this we get the best bang for our buck on all of this stuff.
Other questions for Jonathan? Okay. Well, thanks, Jonathan, and I appreciate your call to action to the task force to give you some input. And actually, I was going to have a question for you, but I think it kind of dovetails to your call of action, which is, I think, as we look at 5G, one of the greater applications is going to be around precision agriculture and some of the needs on farmland, and with the equipment or sensors or whatever that might be that we may need in a cab or in a field. And so, having coverage there is going to be very important to be able to take advantage of some of the newer capabilities coming out. So we will certainly, in our recommendations, think through what we can talk to your group about as far as, what needs do we have, and, how can 5G truly serve those needs moving forward.
Great, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda is the update on and Jonathan mentioned this a little bit, is on the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. I believe Alexander Menard is going to be taking us through this update. Alexander, are you on the call?
I am, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, take it away.
Thank you. So this is Alex Menard. I'm a Deputy Division Chief in the Wireline Competition Bureau, responsible for the Commission's High Cost Program. I understand that you all have already gotten a substantive briefing on the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund Phase 1 auction, or Auction 904. So I'll just give a brief update on the current status. First, the FCC's prohibited communications rule is now in effect for Auction 904, which limits the information I can share with you. So I won't be sharing any specific materials or taking any questions after this presentation. And I would caution all the members of the task force that they not become conduits for any Auction 904 bidding information from anyone who has applied to bid. If the task force members have any questions about the prohibited communications rules, they can email auction904@fcc.gov. And if you have specific questions about the auction itself, you can review the Auction 904 website at fcc.gov/auction/904, which has all of the materials the Commission has adopted to this point. So I will jump straight to the most recent actions that we've taken. On June 25th, the Commission released updated eligible areas, which removed any areas reported as served with voice and broadband or subject to state-funded broadband deployment. A map of those updated areas is available on the Commission's website. Next, on July 15th, the short form application filing window closed. Bidders must demonstrate financial and technical qualifications in order to be found qualified to bid. So we now have applications in hand and staff is reviewing those. And we are still on schedule to open Auction 904 on October 29th, 2020, with winning bidders announced after the conclusion of bidding. That's all I have for today. Thanks.
Alex, any questions for Alex? Okay.
Hey, sorry, Teddy. This is Jesse. I just want to make clear that we weren't taking any questions on the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund at this time.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, we're right back on track then. Okay, so the next piece is on an update on the Reconnect Loan and Grant Program. Chad Roop will be online. I see Chad already. So, and I see the slides up. So take it away.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'd like to recognize my colleagues at USDA who are assisting in this. So I believe that each working group is familiar with the folks, but I just wanted to give the larger task force an awareness that I've got a crew of people working with me to help facilitate the discussion and help guide the efforts to make sure that the Secretary's agenda kind of stays front and center to this task force as a whole. So I'd just like to point out Rick Mueller and Steve Piccirillo and Dr. Buser, as well as David Matthews, who should be attending each of these meetings. They gave me an update, and so I look forward to that continued engagement on behalf of the Secretary and making sure that we have good, strong interaction, and the net effect for rural America is exactly where we want it to be. So I appreciate their efforts, along with all of your volunteer efforts. I realize that you all have regular jobs that you do every day, so your volunteer contribution is very much appreciated. I wanted to give you guys an overall update on kind of where we are with the program. So if I'm going to have Taylor walk through the slide deck here for me and talk a little bit about this, but we will try and be fairly brief for you so that you can continue on. We're going to talk about the overall Reconnect funding overview as a program on the program as a whole, give you a recap on what happened with round one, just as a brief update. Talk about where we are with round two, both with the regular funding and then the CARES Act funding, and then just talk about outreach. And those additional resources are above and beyond the folks that we have engaged with each working group. So let's go ahead and dive in if we could. Let's hit the, there we go. Thanks, Taylor. As you're all probably fairly aware, we've walked through and obligated the first $600 million in funding. And then when we announced the $550 million that was available out of the 2019 Appropriations Act, we also have available to us the $555 million in funding from 2020. So the way we did the funding announcements gave us access to all the money as it became available. So in addition to that money, we also have the CARES Act funding for $100 million. So we have a lot of money available right now that is based off of the applications we received. And so we're working through those applications, and we will give you a little bit more update as we dive further in. But just as a reminder, this Reconnect program is a pilot program. We're developing a regulation now. We're working through the clearance processes, and we're working on trying to get through the feedback that the public has given us so far and all the key stakeholders as we work to take this from being a pilot into a more formalized process. So it's something that is very much in the development stage, and we continue to take comments, but we are reaching that point in time where we're trying to have this thing grow the legs to be a formal program. We have many other programs that help build things out, and it's not just a focus on Reconnect. I know in the previous presentation, they were talking about the fiber backbone, and so much of our fiber is in the electric utility middle mile transmission and distribution lines that we see going throughout rural America. And so the partnership there and the ability to finance smart utility with fiber really is a core component to being able to build out and get to that 5G access. So I just want to remind everyone that we have a lot of programs that are very well funded and have a lot of money available to help continue this build out. And it's not just a one-shot wonder here with Reconnect. It's something that we are fully capable and fully integrated into delivering on this capacity to bring that precision ag technology to the table and make it mean something. And usually those borrowers of ours through the Electric Infrastructure Loan Program are going to be key partners as we move forward, as they have been since 1936. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a recap here on round one, just as a reminder. If we could go to the next slide, Taylor. A few weeks ago, we announced the first CARES Act award down in Georgia. And so with that announcement, there was also another announcement that came through that talks about the report of what we actually delivered from round one. And that report is available on our website, reconnect.usda.gov, that can lead you through a lot of the pertinent data. But I just wanted to give you an overview of where we are. Again, this round one is complete. We had a lot of high interest, and that interest in round two was sustained from round one. In fact, we got a lot more applications based off of the success of round one. But as a result of that, we are working on finalizing contracts, getting fiber and towers built now. And so we're working through the final phases of moving these things to actually getting constructed. So at the same time, we're trying to develop the program for formalization. We're taking our lessons learned from round one. We are trying to get construction in the ground on round one, and we're in the middle of working on round two applications as well. So there's a tremendous amount of activity that is happening within the agency to help build these things out. Additionally, we are working on developing a smart utility regulation as well. So there is a lot of things that are happening that are helping advance this agenda all at the same time. And so we're excited to be a part of this and continue to help provide solutions and options for people to help build out into unserved areas. And if we could, let's go to the next slide there, Taylor. One of the things we talk about is impact. So it's not just money out the door, but what is the outcome? And that is something that we've decided to look at who's actually receiving service by household, farms, businesses, facilities, healthcare, and education. And so we've seen this across the board. And I will let you know that we've seen a tremendous amount of interest in our distance learning and telemedicine grant program as well. That program, although it's not Reconnect, is highly oversubscribed. We have a limited amount of funding from Congress each year, and just like our other federal agencies, we're seeing very high interest in those programs. So I know in our program, we were significantly oversubscribed this calendar year in the applications we've received that we're working through for award determinations by about at least $200 million. So there's a lot of interest in those programs, as well as Reconnect and our smart grid capacity or smart utility capacity with our electric infrastructure loan program. So it's all across the board, but the idea is that we want to measure what is the outcome and the impact for these areas. We truly are focused on the unserved, but when we start talking about reaching out with fiber into these areas to build 5G, there also becomes a discussion about overbuild. And we have to be very sensitive to that topic as we move through these and try and develop these solutions to make sure that our federal funding is used appropriately to help build out rural America and help it advance, but also make sure that we're not harming folks who are actually out there trying to do business today. So it's a very difficult balance to engage in. And we know that different organizations have different business plans and different ideas of what service is. So we have to be very sensitive to that topic as we move through. So having partnership with private entities is also very critical as we look to solve these issues. There's only so much the federal government can do. And so we truly do need the partners that will help provide the solutions from a financing end as well as from a actual construction and build out end. So let's go ahead and move on down to the next slide if we could. And I just want you guys to know that we are not focused on any one type of solution. We are trying to take a very broad approach in how we do this. So you'll see here that we've got several different types of entities that have applied for service and have received funding. But with that, some of those areas that we're looking at, just because for instance, it shows Indian tribes, that was a tribal entity itself that applied for funding. So there's a lot of benefit that are going out into tribal areas through other types of organizations, but the actual tribe is the only one that applied for funding and received that funding. But that means that a lot more folks are getting benefit from these without being the direct applicant for these awards. Moving into round two, if we could go to the next slide. We closed that window earlier this year, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we had 172 applications for $1.57 billion. So we're seeing continued sustained interest in this program, and we also, as a result of that, received extra funding in CARES Act. Between round one and round two, we had a change of the rules based off lessons learned. And part of that was the idea of going to a situation where in round one, we had 100% unserved requirement for households at 25/3 on a 24/7 basis. But in round two, what we wanted to do is give a little bit of a factor for the fact that there's some areas there that, you know, you might have 1 or 2 households that are served in a proposed area, but the lion's share of the people who live there are not getting 25/3 service or even 10/1 service. And so we wanted to have that requirement match up with the other loan and grant categories and be in accordance with the dictates from the original Appropriations Act, which required that at least 90% of the people in that proposed service area were unserved. So this made all those categories align under the same type of criteria for service prior to receiving funding. And as a result of that, we had a few folks who applied during round one that did not make the cut, that if they had simply been allowed to handle the same rules under round two, they would have qualified. So we opened up some funding after providing technical assistance to Congress and getting the appropriations under the CARES Act to be able to do that. The good news is we received 11 applications that coincided with round two that would qualify under the CARES Act. So when we went to do our service area validations, they were the first ones out the gate that we wanted to make sure and prioritize to determine whether or not there was service in those proposed areas when we did our boots on the ground site inspections to verify whether or not service is in those areas, which is a requirement of all of our awards to get our general field reps out there on site and make a on-the-ground determination of whether or not there is truly service in those areas. So we have obligated 9 out of the 11 applications that have come through. We've announced 2 of them. The Secretary announced the first one in Georgia at the end of June, where we also announced the round 1 report that went to Congress. And then shortly after that, we did a virtual announcement for the state of Mississippi, which was the first award in Mississippi. And the one in Georgia, we had a telephone company working with an electric co-op to build out into those member areas. And then in Mississippi, we actually had an electric cooperative that received an award to provide that service. So again, that model seems to be a good partnership model to be able to move forward. And so we're excited to see that idea get manifested in some of these announcements as we look to build out into these areas where really the profitability of conducting a business is difficult, and trying to find ways to reduce the capital infrastructure costs up front to make it a more viable and feasible option and sustainable approach to doing business. So we have our general field reps out, like I said earlier, in the field right now doing these service area validations on the remainder of the awards. We hope to have that wrapped up by August 15th, and then our determinations and our underwriting completed by September 1st. And the reason that that is so important is that we're trying to coordinate with the FCC for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. We want to make sure that we have our awards determined and allow them to help guide where there is still a lack of service in these areas as they get ready to do their very large auction later on this year. We want to be good partners with them and provide that information so that they have awareness on what's happening on the ground. In addition to that, we will continue to make award announcements just like we have with Georgia and Mississippi. Some of them we're going to be doing next week, and I don't want to get ahead of the Secretary, but we do have a continuous round of announcements that we will keep the pace on and make those awards available to the public as we move forward, as we make determinations on good quality applications. So we're committed to building this out, and we will make this a sustained effort, sustained campaign for success. Other than that, we will continue to provide good coordination and feedback with the FCC as well as with NTIA and any other federal agency or state agency that would like to engage. We are continuously having phone calls and good coordination across federal, state, and local governments to help do these build outs, as well as with incumbent service providers and related stakeholders. I was on the call a call yesterday, the day before that, and again on last Thursday with different stakeholders that are interested in doing business and interested in our program. So we're very open and willing to engage. And this is the contact information if anyone would like to contact us and engage in conversation and talk about this in further detail. But aside from the folks here, we've got the working group liaisons for you, but we're very open to engage and have these conversations as we move forward. But that's really all I had, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rook. We appreciate the overview there. Task force members, any questions?
I do have a question related to the speed, the 10 down, 1 up that was set by Congress. Can you provide us with some background about the rationale to that end, rather than just adopting the FCC definition of broadband?
Sure, that's a good question. And the idea is that what we had noticed is that there is a lot of folks who don't have any service at all, not even a 10-1. So we wanted to focus first on getting the most unserved areas served first. And that was really the basis for that discussion. And the secretary has the authority to make a determination on an annual basis on what makes sense in that regard. And so that was the initial reasoning behind the definition of looking for areas that didn't even have 10-1 service at first, to where we could try and get the most unserved areas served more quickly, and then work our way through that. So there's different opportunities as we move forward to re-engage with that definition and what it looks like.
Michael Gomes, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, sure. Chad, really appreciate your presentation. Can you talk a little bit about or can you touch on a little bit of the coordination of the two funds? You had it in 2 slides ago, where you're aligning to the Rural Development Opportunity Fund, and how those two things are fitting together, and then what, if any, recommendations you may have for us as a committee about how to help aid and support those kind of efforts?
Sure. I think it's important to understand how these programs are funded and the method of advances. The FCC, when they go out and they do these build outs, basically they're saying, hey, we're going to reimburse you on the back end once you get the build out over a period of time. And they provide that commitment up front, but the construction still has to get done. And so there has to be a source of financing for that. So there's 2 different pieces to this coordination. There's really 3, but I'm going to talk about 2 of them from a financing standpoint. One is that really when you start looking at that reimbursement from someone who is applying for funds, they're going to focus in, as any business would, on the areas where they can get the quickest return on investment. So the areas that are denser population that have a capacity to be a better return more quickly are going to be focused for construction first, followed by the less dense areas or remote areas following. So the idea is we want to coordinate our loan program, our 100% loan only program, to be able to offer that construction financing for those entities that win a CAF2 or RDOF auction, to allow them to be able to speed up that construction and give surety of financing that they need to be able to not push the more rural areas out to the 5-year construction point. We want to give them the ability to advance as quickly as they may need to, so that everyone can benefit, not just the more denser areas of population. Now, the other piece to this is the grant and combination loan grant program. We want to make sure that there's not overbuild. So we want to make sure that, they understand the program areas where we've funded, and we want to understand where they've funded. So there's no duplication of federal grant dollars going out to different organizations that are providing service to the same area. So, and then the other side of this is the reporting. We're building a robust IT system on the back end for reporting construction and compliance, to where we can know exactly where people are providing service within those proposed areas, so that we ensure that people actually do what they say they're going to do. That's very, very important. And we want to be able to share that data with our federal partners.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Root, for your time and taking the time out of your day to present to us. That was super informative, so we appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's 11:10. We should take a 5-minute break and we'll get set up for the next session. So let's reconvene at 11:15. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're going to go to the next section of our presentation, which is a presentation on the Grand Farm, and we have Brian and William here with us. And as you can see, this was we would have much preferred to do this in person, but we're going to get a little bit of a presentation at first, and then almost I won't call it hands-on, but a virtual hands-on demonstration here. So pretty excited about this next session. So with that, I will turn it over to Brian.
Well, thank you, Teddy. I appreciate it. And I'm just going to get my PowerPoint set up here. Okay, I trust everyone can see it right now. So the Grand Farm, let's start with the beginning. So the Grand Farm was actually introduced to our community in Fargo back in 2017. And the presentation was really in the form of a question. Our local entrepreneur, Barry Batchelor, who worked for a company called Steiger, then created a company called Phoenix, and that led to John Deere Electric Solution, and Ampario, challenged our community in front of 330 people. He said, every community should declare a major. What is our major going to be? And so that really led to a whole series of conversations, ideas, and it became really obvious over time. Our major has to be agriculture. I mean, this is the region. There's a lot of history around some great innovation that's occurred. And so as we really figured out what that major was, we started to think about, okay, what's that concept? So the first thing that we did is we had Brad Smith come into TEDx, and he talked about the importance of rural broadband, talked about the opportunity gap between rural and urban, and how education and the skills of the future are going to be really an imperative for us to think about how we create rural innovation. And then Barry Batchelor came back onto the stage at TEDx, and he talked about the valley. He talked about the Red River Valley. He described companies that have started here, worked on specific solutions to address specific pain points, and building this ecosystem in which we can build off of with strength. And so as we kind of fixed on the vision and identified what was possible, we drew inspiration from John F. Kennedy. In 1962, he communicated to the country that we wanted to go to the moon and back. And what that did is just got people excited and really put us into the space race. And so we thought, well, let's draw from that inspiration. So what we did is we declared our major to our community. We described what we wanted to do, and that was to create the fully autonomous farm by 2025. So that became our big, hairy, audacious goal, our BHAG statement. And then what we did is we started to meet with different business and industry leaders and said, okay, what would it take for us to do that? Is there some excitement around that? And what we were surprised by was there's a huge idea, a huge momentum for it. And the very next day that we kind of presented that vision, we were gifted the farm. So you're going to see the farm a little bit later, but we have over 40 acres of farmland that was gifted by Kevin and Stacy Bifford. And so that's what got us thinking. We're thinking, okay, what can we do that is big, that's really huge, that can make this really exciting for our people? And we talked about Walt Disney. What he had designed for was the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. That's the Epcot Center. Really thought about how you bring people into a physical space, think about the future and how they can be a part of it. And we thought if we were to do something like that similar, except replace community with farm, what better way to showcase technology, but get our people excited about the possibilities around it. So we envisioned that we would have a makerspace, which we would have cutting edge technology. We would have new technology around the infrastructure of the farm. we would have a gathering space, a welcoming space where we can bring corporations, we can bring education together, and we could start to design a whole series of experiments and experiences that we can bring people onto the farm and really get excited about what the future would look like. So as we declared our major and we identified what our concept was, what we wanted to do is define a strategy that could be really focused on some specific challenges that we face within our community. In the community that we identified was that we have to be able to identify what the challenges are in order for us to focus on the technologies that will be required. And so the first challenge that we identified was really simple. 50 billion people on the planet. We're going to need to be able to feed 10 billion people on the planet in 2050. And so in order to do that, we have to become much more efficient and much more effective around that technology. The second one that we identified was more locally. When we look at our local situation, we have a real lack of venture capital within the region. So we identified the need in order to move forward and to be able to bring venture capital into the region. The third one that we identified was a labor shortage. Within our community, we have a series of challenges. We know that the demographics of the farm are changing. It's an aging population. There's going to be a requirement in order to identify more labor. The windows of operation are starting to shrink as well in order to get crop out. Just last fall, we had very wet situation, and it was very difficult for us to line up the labor in order to get the crops off. And the last one was around safety. The fact that when you look at from a farm perspective, there is just so many potential for accidents around that. So what we did is we designed these challenges and we developed a strategy. So the first strategy that we identified was really focused on developing a world-class ecosystem. And when we talk about an ecosystem, this is building off of strength. We want to bring thought leaders within our community and leverage some of the different programs that we have out there. The first one is a convening of people for our Cultivate conference. And this is a conference in which we bring the grower and also the technology teams together. And in a TEDx or a TED style convention, we expose different technology to the end user, which is the grower. And then we invite feedback from that grower in order to create this iterative feedback loop. Other events that we do is Autonomous Nation, which we look at autonomous technology and how that can be applied in order to address specific pain points. And then TEDx, which is our premier event in the summer, in which we look for ways in which we can bring thought leaders into the community and then challenge the way that we do things and bring ideas into the forefront. Every week we do an event called Million Cups, and that Million Cups is designed to bring the entrepreneur onto the stage and then start to expose them and build networks within the community and look for ways in which we can support and advance that technology as we move forward. The second one that we identified is an innovation platform. The critical need of having people come together, research, startup companies, and then also corporations in order to work in a collaborative environment. So the innovation platform is really designed to bring these groups together and focus on ways in which we can build collaboration. What we did is we went out to California and we recruited a business accelerator into our region. They are plug and play. And what they're now doing is creating an ag tech vertical that's focused specifically on this technology and accelerating a batch of startups here within the region. So our first batch was started this spring, in which we have 14 startup companies, and now they're doing work on the Grand Farm and in collaboration with others as well. The third one that we identified is the makerspace, and that's what people will associate the Grand Farm with. The makerspace is a place where people can come together and they can identify ways in which we can collaborate together, do rapid prototyping, but really put the grower into the center of the equation. So we're developing almost like an agile type of process where we want people to come together, work, and then bring that feedback into the work that they do so that we can do the rapid prototyping. The third or the fourth thing that we identified is we realized that over time, the skills and the tools that people are going to be using are going to be changing. So we identified an accelerated learning strategy. And what we want to be able to do is create an environment in which people can quickly upskill if they're coming out of industry so that they can come back in. And this year we launched in 2020 our Emerging Digital Academy. This is a code school that's designed in order to bring more talent into the region in order to fill some of these software jobs. Within this region, there's about 1,000 open jobs that require some sort of computer science or software development. In reality, we are only fulfilling about 200 in terms of demand based off the university systems and all other educational systems. So this gap is starting to get larger. And what we want to do with the academy is find ways in which we can quickly upskill people, fill those jobs, and take advantage of the different activity. And if you think about the 14 startups that are within the region, and the startups are starting to grow as well, it's going to be really important to create that pipeline of talent in order for us not to constrain our ability to think and innovate. The fifth and final policy that we've identified, fifth and final strategy that we identified is around policy. We see the Grand Farm as an opportunity for us to do in a low-risk environment some testing and prototyping that could help inform policymakers. And so last year we had the FCC Chairman Ajit Pai out. We've been working with other groups as well and looking for ways in which we can use this to help understand, test, prototype, but better inform policy as we move forward. We think that as the Grand Farm starts to take shape and starts to form, this could be a big part of what that would look like. And so what we did is we put this entire thing together. We identified the ecosystem, the innovation platform, the Grand Farm test site, Emerging Digital Academy, and the policy piece. And we put together a roadmap. And this roadmap is designed in order for us to identify objectives, bring focus together, and then start to build and create some of these activities. And so the ones that we're really proud of just this last year is what I mentioned, Emerging Digital Academy. Right now we have 13 students that are about ready to graduate in July. We'll have our second cohort. What I get excited about is the average salary of these individuals coming into the program was around $25,000. We feel very confident upon graduation that we can line them up with employers and we can quickly get them into higher wage type of jobs, but also fulfilling a real specific need that we have within the region, and that's to be able to create a pipeline of that talent. The other big milestone that we've been able to identify and accomplish is to bring that innovation platform into Fargo. So we were able to, with our partners, Microsoft, CHS, Bremer Bank, and also the OPC group, is to recruit them into our region. They've now created a ag tech vertical. They're sourcing startups from all around the globe. They're bringing them into the Grand Farm. And this will be an opportunity for us to build that ecosystem, but also as we think about our ultimate goals to create the farm of the future, to be able to map that ecosystem together as well. And the third big milestone that we've been able to achieve this year is at the Grand Farm test site. And you'll get a chance to see more of that with William as he does the presentation. But with our partnerships with NDSU, Microsoft, and also CHS and USDA, we've been able to identify upwards to 25 projects and over 190 tests that are happening. And what we intend to do this summer is bring people out into the farm in a safe environment and be able to show demonstrations of technology that we're doing, but also look for building partnerships, long-term partnerships that we can bring at the Grand Farm so that we as a community can start to innovate and work together. And so with that, as we move forward, our vision isn't just designed for farms that are in North Dakota and also North America. We want to think globally. We want to think about how this technology could have an impact in rural areas across the globe. So we're thinking about how we can partner with extension services in order to get into Africa, into India as well. The other one that we want to do is think about how we can make the problem even larger. So it's not just the farm of the future here in the United States or in the globe, but how do we think about the farm of the future in low and zero gravity? And when you start bringing the problem and making it much larger, it becomes much more interesting, and you can start to attract more and more partners within that. And so that's my presentation in terms of the Grand Farm to give you a high level view. I'm going to pass it over to William, and William's going to give you a tour.
All right. So Brian spoke a lot about the future of agriculture technology, and what that means is pretty ambiguous. A lot of people ask us, what do you mean by the next generation of ag tech or that future of farming concept? He mentioned autonomous systems earlier, and that's even pretty vague. And so we went out and we talked to stakeholders about what this might mean, and we came up with this idea called the integration of systems. That takes into consideration concepts like the digitization of agriculture, Internet of Things, and then autonomous systems, and how those technologies all merge together to get to that next generation of agriculture technology when we think about it. So digitization of agriculture is now we're starting to collect information on almost a per plant basis. And not just the plants, but the soil and the climate information about where that plant grew, and then also longitudinally over a long period of time. Internet of Things, we have sensors all over the place on farms these days, both in the air, in the soil. We have them on the tractors coming through, collecting information and providing that information to systems all over the world and directly to the farmer. Finally, is autonomous systems. When we think about the Grand Farm and this next generation of technology, it's really easy to think about that self-driving tractor, but it's not just that. It's all the algorithms that come into place with machine learning and AI that help drive decision making with all that information we're collecting. As we looked at autonomous systems, we challenged ourselves to think a little bit broader. There are already examples of great technology being utilized throughout the world at a level 3 of autonomy, and what that might mean is autonomous systems that are supervised. So you can sit in your tractor right now, and you can have it drive itself, but you still need to supervise that work. Unsupervised autonomy is allowing the tractor to make its missions on its own and create the decisions on its own to go do what it wants to do, whether it's seeding, whether it's harvesting, watering, everything. At the Grand Farm, we recognize to get to that place, it's going to take time. I mean, to think about 2025 to get to that next generation of agriculture technology and integration of systems, we don't get there by snapping our fingers. It's going to take an iterative process where we bring together stakeholders every year and identify projects, both physical and digital, to do and make sure that those are driving us forward along our mission. Right now, we have 25 projects happening on the Grand Farm. And it's kind of difficult to see. The ground's a little bit wet. I wanted to take you out there right now. But the ground's a little bit wet. But on the 45 acres, we have everything from corn, soybeans, sugar beets. We've got wheat and then sunflowers. Those 25 projects exist in areas like soil health monitoring, unmanned ground systems, unmanned aerial systems, decision-making tools, and even we're talking right now about augmented reality to show a vision of what everything looks like in terms of soil moisture and soil conditions in a 3D setting, where you just take your phone, you could scan it over the entire farm and see in real time what do the different levels look like. And it would help explain to the farmer what are the conditions like and visualize it for them. This year, we're working with Andrew Jason on our team to bring online 14 programs both to really drive forward what we're doing here. Those exist in field days, the innovation days that we're doing, and then finally our grower roundtables. And the grower roundtables are extremely important to the work we're doing. We want to be able to identify pain points that exist in the agriculture industry to figure out how do we move forward with this technology? How does it align with our mission and values? And how do we bring partners around that? So what we do is we bring growers to the Grand Farm with industry, and we ask them a series of questions, and we just have a talk and figure out what are they running into, and how is that affecting the work they're doing. A great example of that is in weed management. So for the longest time, we've been able to use herbicides to take care of weeds on the farmland. But just like antibiotics became less and less effective and are continuing to be less and less effective as bacteria continues to evolve. Weeds are no different. Weeds are evolving to become resistant to these different herbicides, and so we need to find different ways to manage those. Right now, there's a test plot completely barren except for weeds. We didn't plant a single thing. And what's happening there is we're taking an unmanned ground drone and we're driving that over the weeds, and it's using computer vision and deep learning algorithms to be able to identify the weeds that are growing and figure out what is a weed and what is not. It's that simple. Next year in 2021, we're going to take that same system and we're going to plant sugar beets next to the weeds, and that same drone's going to go over it. It's going to identify what's a crop and what's a weed. And then finally in 2022 with this project, we're going to end up taking that drone, and it's going to have a mechanical arm that goes in and mechanically destroys the weeds that it identifies. That's just one way that we're identifying solutions that can work in real time that decrease the cost of inputs for farmers, but also solves one of the global challenges we're running into in the agriculture industry. Connectivity is extremely important to that. You can't run a deep learning algorithm from a small Raspberry Pi. You need to have the connectivity to use cloud-based computing and supercomputers. When we think about tractors of the future, Harper Adams University did a great job modeling this. But when they did a fully autonomous farm at level 3 technology, what they were able to do was show that tractors are going to get smaller. As we take the operator out of the tractor, you don't need to have this large combine or large tractor covering large areas of land because you don't have the operator cost. You could run multiple tractors at the same time using swarm technology. But the cost prohibitive piece is the computing that is required to run that piece of equipment. And so what you need to do is actually take the computer out of the tractor, which is interesting to think about, and instead have it over cloud services. So many companies are looking into that in the future, but connectivity is necessary in rural spaces to make that a reality throughout the globe. For 2021, I kind of spoke to it, but 2021, right now what we're doing is we're capturing those pain points from farmers, from checkoff organizations, from government, and identifying how do we move forward to address those pain points using the advisory committee, which takes our vision and our mission and aligns those pain points within it and tells us what's within scope and what's outside of scope. Once we have the within scope problem statements, we're going to bring those to our partner and stakeholders, and we're going to see who's interested across government, higher education, industry, who's interested in solving those pain points in a collaborative way. Those projects that are formed can either be physical, like here on the Grand Farm, or digital, in digital spaces where we're looking at things like decision-making tools and ways to manage this information flow. Blockchain is a great example of things that are constantly talked about in the meetings I'm in right now. Finally, we take that information, we take those partnerships, and we bring them together, go through a planning phase, and identify funding sources to come in. Those funding sources will help drive this forward, whether that's directly from direct investments from industry or government grants. All of that is important to the work we do. Finally, I want to talk about connectivity on the Grand Farm. It's a very important concept for us, and it's a big reason why this meeting is happening right now. Rural communities and rural spaces in the United States need access to connectivity in order to allow all this technology to happen. We need to ensure that the products we're developing today for agriculture technology work for the solutions that will exist in tomorrow. A great example is running cable throughout all of the United States became cost prohibitive. We recognize that now. And we know that there are going to need to be different types of solutions that exist, whether it's fixed wireless, cellular, low Earth orbit satellites are a big one that are discussed. And we need to be able to start developing products that can exist and work with all those different solutions. When I'm developing out a product, I want to be able to, in the maker space at Grand Farm, say, okay, I'm going to try cellular today, but tomorrow I'm going to try using a low Earth orbit satellite, see if I have the same effect in terms of connectivity and computing rates. What we're looking for right now is partners, people who want to go out and actually test out these different solutions on the Grand Farm, and then this kind of neutral space where we can bring all these people together, these ideas, and actually see if they work or not. And then if they don't work, how do we make them better so they do? So if you're interested, if anybody out there is interested in partnering with us for 2021, I encourage you to reach out to Brian or I. You can go to grandfarm.com and actually go in and fill out an information form for us, and we'll get back to you the same day. Thank you.
Hey, Brian and William, you ready for questions?
We are.
Okay. All right, so task force members, any questions? Okay, so we got a question from Professor Adeline. Go ahead, Michael.
So when you're on the Grand Farm, you're looking at crops. Are you? Because our task force is also thinking about pasture land and rangeland, because it's, North Dakota, South Dakota, and there's a lot there. And the second thing is, and I've heard from a farmer, he said, all this great technology is good, but for us small operations, we can't provide. So are you looking at technologies that could be deployed for that small operation?
Just making sure you can hear me. I changed devices. Are we good?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So
let me take the first question, and then I'll turn it over to you for the second one. But when you talk about the scope of the Grand Farm, we started with 40 acres. And one of the things that we realized very quickly, especially meeting with our stakeholders, that 40 acres is simply not enough. So what we're doing right now is we're looking for ways in which we can expand that footprint. And we have partnerships that we've developed with our local governments, in which we've identified land that we can start to expand. And once we get up to over 1,000 acres, that's when we can start taking on some of these other pain points that we have. So the idea of the Grand Farm is not to constrain itself to our current size, but to build partnerships and to expand that footprint and be able to connect into some of the extension services that we have within NDSU and with some other organizations. So I'll turn it over to William to answer the second part of that question.
Rural community resiliency is probably one of the most important things that I like to think about with the Grand Farm. How do we move forward in a way that small and mid-sized farmers can exist when in the past 100 years, all we've seen is farms get larger and larger and the number of farmers throughout the world decrease. One of the things that was really reassuring was Harper-Adams University came to Fargo last year, and I bring them up because they're a great example. They actually created a fully hands-free farm where they don't put a single person on the farm, and they can have the technology run as a demonstration project. What they found was by removing the operator, you can decrease the size of the machines. You can decrease the size of the tractors, and that also decreases the input costs to start a farm and run a farm. And so technology is actually going to make it less cost prohibitive to get into farming, and then also decrease that economy of scale that's currently present in agriculture that prevents people from being able to go out and actually be profitable at 100 acres instead of 10,000 acres.
Thank you.
Could you provide, that example you just referenced is really interesting. Could you share any documentation of that with our committee so we could see that as a follow-up? But my other question, the working group that I work with is a deployment group, and we've had questions raised with regards to the connectivity needs. So in the drone example that you mentioned, that could actually mechanically destroy the weeds and do that deep running algorithm that you referenced. What do you know, or what can you share with us about data packets, data size, up and down speeds, latency, that kind of thing? So then we lead to the questions of, do you foresee any industry standardization, or do you think this is going to be very customized to the type of tool or task that is being performed?
I think the solution that's going to exist on the farm of the future is going to have to be able to manage things that have really small data transfer rates, but then also handle these kind of larger data sets that are coming through it, so they can manage the computation required for deep learning algorithms. I think one thing you bring up would be the necessity for a project that measures what the data requirements are and the connectivity requirements are for these different pieces of technology. I can go out and talk to North Dakota State University, who's currently doing that project with us, and see if they were to do it fully, without the computer placed onto their actual drone, what that would take in terms of connectivity. What are the data transfers? So I can get that back to you for an example like that. But if we're looking at maybe a full size combine, obviously there's a lot more computing that's necessary there. And so
That's where we would like to work with some of the larger OEM producers, like John Deere, who's located here in Fargo, to understand what they're running into and how these solutions could be put into place for what they're building for the future. In terms of documentation, I will work with the ag economist out of Harper Adams University and get that to you for the economy of scale example.
Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions from task force members?
Yeah, I'll take one. Mike Gomes from Topcon Agriculture. Can you talk a little bit about what, if any, work you're doing with respect to alignment of the workflow and streamlining that? You talked a little bit about reduction of pain points. Can you talk about how you see it as into a process and then being able to pass those data layers up or downstream?
I think as we look at the project management piece of this, being able to take that process of taking in the pain points, being able to publish a report on those pain points each year that exists across the entire agriculture industry with people who are interested in that. Like I mentioned, if you go to grandfarm.com and fill out the information piece, we'll make sure you start getting that information as it comes available. The reason why we need to refine that list and work on the process, there's only so much we can do with the space and resources we currently have. As we build capacity, we can include things that are more on the left and right margins of our vision and mission. But with 45 acres, it was really surprising to us. In 6 months, we were able to, from going live, we were able to get projects that would fill this entire space with our partners. And so we're looking at how do we start to expand that footprint, but also how do we bring in these additional partners who are interested in doing this at the same time. And so we're just working, I'm constantly in conversations about how do we refine that approach? How do we get those pain points to industry? And for the pain points we don't, let's say for 2021, we don't take on, how do we get those into the right hands with organizations through maybe like a Future of Farming Association who can take those and actually work on them on their own?
And that's what we're most interested in at this point is the questions. What are the problem sets? What do we need to try to figure out? How do we bring that into a collaborative environment and have multiple groups work together? And that's kind of what the demonstration is today at the farm, is by having these different projects and these collisions that start to occur, and then start sourcing the pain points, we can start to build collaboration partners around that. And so that's what we're interested in, is hearing the pain points and then bringing them into the Grand Farm and then prioritizing them and looking for ways in which we can build this ecosystem to address them.
Thanks. Dan, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Teddy. This is Dan Leifried with John Deere, and I just wanted to say thanks to start to both William and Quinn for the presentation. It's helpful to see that there are people out there trying to solve these problems independently, and thanks for your commitment to agriculture. I lead one of the working groups around current and future practices related to precision ag and how connectivity enables or hinders those practices. So I'd love to follow up with both of you and our working group over the course of the next few months to gain your perspective on the practices that we're documenting, as well as solicit other ideas. So as much as anything, I wanted to say thanks for your commitment to agriculture and thanks for your presentation today.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the group? So while I wait to see any other hands going up, Brian and William, I mean, our role here at the task force is obviously we're evaluating a variety of kind of the landscape of where we are today, and then also looking into what we might need in the future, as Dan referenced. And ultimately, we want to make some recommendations both to the FCC, the USDA, and eventually even Congress to say, you know, what are some recommendations or some changes maybe to amendments or some specific steps that could be taken into place into the future that can aid and help part of some of what you're doing over there. So what kind of help would you need from us, right? Meaning, like, what kind of recommendations do you think can help you in the endeavors you're going forward in?
I think two real obvious ones. What we're trying to do right now in this formation stage is to build as many partnerships. So people that are really interested, and so the networking opportunity is awesome. And the second one is the pain points. You know, if there's certain things that we want to test out there in order to provide some evidence or some proof points around it, we'd be most interested in doing that, especially with our groups. And so those would be two things that I can think of specifically. William, are there others that you would have as well from a program standpoint?
I think that I think one of the great things about having such great partners already in this project is the ability to already see these solutions exist in multiple areas. So even if it's not just out on the Grand Farm test site where we're sitting today, we can take this out to rural North Dakota, rural Montana, and really engage the extension networks that the land-grant universities provide to try some of these out as well. And so we can go and actually gather information as we do these projects beyond just what we're doing here.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, I see no other hands go up. Any last questions pending there? Okay, don't see any. So, Brian, William, really want to thank you for taking the time to do this, and thank you really for even making it a little bit interactive with kind of going out onto the farm itself. I think that's super exciting. Again, we should have could have done this in person, but really appreciate you guys taking the effort to make this as close to that as possible. So, again, want to thank you for your time and appreciate you coming and presenting to us today.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time as well.
Awesome.
Same.
Okay, yep, absolutely. Okay, task force. So we are running about 24 minutes ahead of schedule. So a couple options here. We had about 30 minutes allotted for lunch. We can take the 30 minutes and then reconvene in 30 minutes from now, or we can extend lunch and make it, 55 minutes. Any preference? Nobody's speaking, so I can make the decision.
30 minutes and power on.
30 minutes. Oh, and the good news for us is when we come back from lunch, it's the task force talking, so we don't have any external presenters, so we can really manage that. So let's do this then. It's 11:52 right now. How about we pick back up at 12:30? So that will be 38 minutes from now, and then we will reconvene at that point and then go with the reports from the working groups. All right. See you back in 38 minutes. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We had a good break. Let's get back together and just to go to the second part of our meeting and agenda here. And it's really the updates from the working groups and a discussion. So I'm excited about this session. It'll be great to hear sort of all the work coming together back and get a chance for everybody to hear sort of what's been happening. I expect there'll be a lot of questions and discussions. We have ample time for this. So, the goal was to go till 4 p.m. Eastern. We don't have to go to that time. But if the discussion goes there, at least we have the room to do so. As far as kind of the report outs, I think the format a little bit, as Jesse had sent out in previous emails, just kind of an update on where the group is, a little bit of a summary of what presentations have gone through in the different working groups. Some discussions have happened, and then really kind of ended towards the update itself to end it with some of the initial recommendations that may be coming forward. Again, at this point in time, we're not looking for final recommendations. It would just be more draft, and some things have been discussed and been kicked around because we thought this was a good place to, one, get feedback from the larger task force, but at the same time, if there's any overlaps among the groups, and I'm sure we'll see some of that, as well as things that are interconnected with one another, this could be a good time to flesh that out. So As far as the order in which we'll do this, we'll just kind of follow the same order in which the subcommittees were listed out, which is there's no particular importance or priority to them, but it's just kind of how it's listed out. So the first one will be the mapping and analyzing connectivity in ag lands. Second one will be examining current and future connectivity demand for precision agriculture. The third one will be encouraging adoption of precision agriculture and availability of high quality jobs. And then we'll end with the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved agricultural lands. So starting with the first one, Michael Adeline and Srikala, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Teddy. I'm going to share my screen here. Threw together a PowerPoint just to make it so that I'm more on task with what's happening. So when the group first met, we posed a particular set of questions in order to kind of focus us. So what data was available? What is the definitions of the coverage or the parameters in which it is collected? Do the maps allow us to identify areas that are underserved or not covered at this time? And then what recommendations? So that initially was questions before we talked to anybody. These were the questions that we wanted to at least think about. The topics that we reviewed was ag land mapping, the current state, the FCC 477 data, ways to ground truth actual connectivity and availability, and what do producers say they need. As far as our presentations go, Rick Mueller from USDA presented the cropland data. That was an excellent discussion, and certainly it was important for us to see what it looked like out there where we're really wanting to put precision agriculture. And so that, I think, to the group, that was a very helpful discussion and presentation. Then we had information on the FCC 477 database with Stephen Rosenberg. I think that was very effective to give everybody an understanding of what's in that data and what we can rely on as far as that goes. And we had a presentation by Joyce Sterling. She runs a vineyard in California, and in Yolo County, they're doing a pilot project to really ground truth what is connectivity, what is availability, and test the speed against what's published. I think that was an excellent way for the group to look at crowdsourcing, ground truthing, whatever in that area. Then we had Mark Llewellyn from John Deere, which basically Mark took the cropland in several states and then what he knew of the 477 data and plotted those two together to show what seemed to be availability. There was no testing of his work, but it was really related to like machine learning and understanding how that could at least preliminarily give us a description of where the maps were. A question that came out of that I thought was quite interesting was, would it show where there's not connectivity? And certainly the map shows there's blank spaces, but you can't determine that that's actually not connectivity at this time with the data that was available. We talked to CostQuest and those folks using machine learning, and I know in the morning's discussion, it really referred to that in the new models in the fabric that's being created to show where there is coverage, and more precisely that coverage is available on a specific spot. Ted Harpus talked about MetaLink technologies and what that means for us. We had an individual on our working group, Matt Splinter, who runs a 10,000 acre Kansas farm. And he talked about his needs and what it means for his operation. That 10,000 acres isn't contiguous, and so that he has connectivities across broad spectrum of Kansas. I think the interesting piece out of that is Matt is a precision ag individual, but he really on the machine collects the data, and then when he comes back to home base, he offloads that data in the home base and does the analysis and may push it to the cloud for further analysis, but he doesn't necessarily move the data to the cloud from the field. Garland McCoy presented an approach called sensor-based validation of connectivity. I think it's pretty interesting in what it might do. Again, back to that ground truthing or crowdsourcing approach to validating how connectivity is happening out there. Rural Utilities Association talked to us about how they use the NAS base layer to work with their rural development projects and be able to show us where, if they're building out that last mile, how they use the NAS data in order to map where that location is. We had a presentation from another committee member who runs a 3,000 acre farm and ranch in Minnesota. He has very sketchy connectivity, but in his operation, he would like to be able to have more precision ag and have it out to the field edge and not just on the farm location. Then we had a presentation from Dan Barkus, who's a Native American, and he talked about connectivity as a farmer and rancher in Blackfeet country and what it means for them to run their operation in very limited connectivity up in Montana, and what it means for Native tribes and connectivity across the United States. So that was a really good presentation. Then we had 3 small groups working. Seth worked in dialogue with Google and Microsoft on data and connectivity and how they look at connectivity. Certainly one of the key aspects there was the confidentiality of that data and how is there a way forward where the FCC and Microsoft and Google could work together in sharing that information to make a better set of maps because of the sense of almost crowdsourcing or endpoint sourcing of information. Ted Harpist had a small group working and talking with the FAA on large towers in order to know about what potential there is for broadcasting the signal on those large towers across the United States, because most databases do not, for mapping purposes, do not contain these large towers. And lastly, we talked about native lands across the United States and that they're not as represented in the cropland database. Part of it is their reluctance to provide information to the USDA and the concerns they have. The other piece that showed up that's quite important is the notion of rangeland or pasture land that may be held within these tribes or held within the BLM or BIA ground that would really be important with precision ag, because precision ag is just not corn and beans, and that livestock are a great part of it. So this is early discussion, but what we believe is the Department of Ag Cropland database is a solid place to start to identify needed coverage. We through that presentation, we were quite confident that it's very reflective of the ground and how it's being used. On the FCC 477 database, in all the dialogue we have, because it's industry produced, we felt that on ag land, it's not as reflective of coverage or availability. Some early recommendations. We heard all along that some ground truthing process that is public and can be consensus based is needed so that we're all working on the same page. And to look at maybe a federal task force that works on sharing data, because we certainly understand that agencies across the federal government have data that could be impactful in mapping, but they're not necessarily sharing, or they don't have a mechanism to share as easily as possible. And then the recommendation related to that is to create a federal data cookbook that defines common variables so the end users out here, not just the agencies, would understand what availability means. What does access mean? And the various terms that are used quite frequently in describing the data, but not well understood. Native lands need a special look to make sure they're reflected in the FCC and the Department of Ag data. One of the things we're going to do in August is invite a couple other speakers that have some more knowledge related to native lands and what connectivity and availability looks like and what it would mean for precision ag and production ag in those areas. The other thing that came out when we talked to the farmers and ranchers on the committee was that I think they all agreed at the home location there needs to be significant connectivity. That was clear that needed to happen. But on some of the operations, that the onboard capacity of the machinery allowed them to come back to the home location, where in other operations that's not possible. So some agricultural operations need connectivity out in that field, but having an understanding of what that means would be extremely important. And that's, Teddy, that's it. Questions? Shakala, you want to add?
I want to add a couple of points. Can you hear me?
You bet.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I want to add a couple of points. One is that it may not have come very clearly in Michael's presentation, and that is that USDA NASS has a very accurate, pretty accurate map of croplands or cultivated lands. However, rangelands or where livestock are kept, the data they have is not very accurate, and therefore there is some difficulty in identifying all agricultural lands, particularly rangelands. Second is the fact that most of the producers who spoke to us, they were speaking about current technology. There are many technologies, many more technologies they could use if they had a good connectivity or broadband connectivity on their lands. But moving forward, the future technologies, it would be very, very important to have that kind of connectivity. Particularly, I also want to talk about native lands. It's very clear that they are very behind in their connectivity compared to farms and ranches in non-native lands. And they also brought up the idea that it's very difficult to get connectivity because of the difficulty of the permitting process. So there are, it's a complex. We are still learning, hearing from speakers and learning about the complexity of the issue. Those are a few things I wanted to add.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Shrikala. That was really good. And any discussion from the larger task force? I know I have a few questions, but I'll let others go first.
Shrikala, if I could ask regarding your last comment about the permitting on the native lands, I had just sent a message to one of our working group members who works with the tribe, but then he had directed me to the Chickasaw Nation also kind of pursuing this. Can you elaborate on that a little bit if you have any specifics about what kind of permitting issues that was you were talking about?
Again, I'm kind of talking on behalf of the speakers from the tribal land who came and talked to our group. The tribal lands are considered as federally protected lands. So they have to go through a bunch of other hoops to get permission from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Maybe there are other players there too, but they go directly to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to get permission for easements, or this is not just a connectivity, but to install an irrigation system or anything they need to do on the land, they need permits. And it's a much more complicated process, and it takes a lot of time, and a lot of people give up or don't even attempt to do it because of the difficulty of the process. We will have at least one company that provides, they went through this process, and they provide internet to native land. The CEO of that company will be coming and speaking to us in August. So I myself is looking forward to learning more about their perspective, but this is what I heard. I hope that kind of gives you the answer.
It's helpful because I think that's one of the policy issues as we look at our deployment committee. We're really trying to hone in on what kind of policy recommendations would help with deployment overall. And so the more we have to get into the weeds on some of this and understand it better. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dan, I think you have a question.
Yeah, thank you for the update to both of you. As part of, or as one of the leaders for the second working group around current and future state precision ag demands, our demand and how connectivity fits into that. I could see some threads of presentations that your team reviewed over the course of the last few months that would be beneficial to our group as well. I think it's probably a broader question to the group is how do we do cross dissemination of things that are clearly going to cross over lines, so that way we've got the same materials to draw upon for different working groups. I know the repository question has never been answered, and I know it's not an easy one, but it's probably one of those pieces as we go forward to figure out together.
Yeah, Dan, that's a good point. I know Jesse had worked on setting up a Box account for this task force, which some had trouble accessing, and I myself did, but now I have access to it. And then the subgroup, the Shrikala's and Michael's subgroup, also has a Box account where all the presentations and materials are kept. Now, we could look to potentially moving some of the more relevant material from the working group one into the main one, and so that way, and then maybe have folders underneath that say where that presentation was made, or like which working group, and then we can have access to that. So that's a good takeaway to at least have that information there.
Yeah, maybe the most relevant isn't like the working documents that the team's working on relative to their output, but rather the inputs that they're receiving. If they're formal presentations that can be shared across working groups, that might be the most relevant, so that way we're all accessing the same external resources. Again, under the assumption that it's not confidential information that can't be shared as well.
Yeah, this is Jesse chiming in. I know we had talked about this issue, or at least it's come up before. But I call, if you want to share presentations across working groups, that can be really helpful. It's just when those presentations come from the outside or even from the inside, I think we just said, make sure you just get permission from that person so they share, because there is some expectation that when someone's presenting to the working group, that those working group meetings are private. And so there's kind of that expectation that's not going to be shared outside. So just make sure you have that permission to give that across, and especially if there's confidential information that can be even more sensitive. So I mean, really just want to get permission from whoever gave the presentation, whether that's even somebody inside the working group or somebody who presented outside the working group.
Yep, completely agree with that statement, Jesse. Thanks.
I like what Michael and Shikala do. They have the in the presentation they just gave right now, there were slides, right, that had what the different presentations were, and maybe we can have that plus the documents, right? That way you can have a good reference to what was there. Okay, other questions from the group? While we wait for hands to go up, one piece, and I'm part of your working group, so it's I kind of know what's happening a little bit. But one of the things we did here was the difference between having connectivity at the shed or the farming operation versus the actual fields, right? Which is kind of a difference there. Can you expand maybe a little bit on that, on like kind of what we heard from some of the, especially the 10,000 acre farmer, right? And it's like, look, I can go back to my home base and then reconnect and download and upload and all those kind of things. But as these newer capabilities come, whether it's from the equipment manufacturers or other organizations, you actually need to have that connectivity on the field, and that's where we run into trouble, because that's where it becomes very troublesome, spotty, and all that kind of stuff. So, and maybe that's something that today, when we think about connectivity and what FCC data has, it's more around households and people's accessing the internet, which is obviously vital. But now we talk about agricultural lands, and there's a difference there.
You're absolutely right. Their biggest need at present is to have that high speed internet access at their homes and offices. However, there are technologies today, and those number of technologies are going to increase in the future, such as irrigation. There is technology. You can operate your irrigation system, turn it on and off, and let it stop right in front of a ditch rather than landing in a ditch. Those are remote. So that means you need to have connectivity beyond the building where you are located. The same way, the precision ag technologies for ranching, livestock operation is going up. If something is happening with a cow, a disease or a predator or something, if you have the technology to monitor it and let the farmer know, or send that information to the office or home, that would be very useful. So the big need right now, from all I heard from the ag producers, is in the buildings. They can bring, for a lot of purposes, they can bring data, especially a combine harvester or a sprayer or whatever else. They can bring it back to their office and analyze it and get that information out to the machine again to go and do something on the field. However, there are also technologies that if you don't have that connectivity across the field, you are not able to adopt it today, and the expectation is that that kind of technologies are going to become more commonplace as we move forward or in the future. I don't know, Michael, want to add to that?
Yeah, and especially with the Kansas, what we heard was he doesn't make decisions minute by minute in the field. So he downloads the maps to cover that field for the day, and then they operate. And he has operators, okay? He's not in the field. And so at this time, until you get to an autonomous vehicle, like, the Grand Farm that we talked about this morning or listened to, right now he's set up all right where he doesn't need that continuous data flow. But there might be in the future sensors that require data. The concern he had is if he, for what he has, if you interrupt that stream, if you're live and you interrupt, there are issues that he has to deal with are worse than if he downloads the data and runs it off of that instead of trying to rely on a live stream. So that's what we heard from there. I would tell you in the Minnesota case, he relies more on a stream flow of data through the sensors that he has. And he's especially interested in the quality of rangeland. How much has that grass gone down? What is the weed pressure? Flying drones. What is the insect pressure? So he has because he does a much more intense operation that he's making decisions. He rides the range daily, right? He's on his horse daily with his laptop sometimes or cell phone and collecting information. So it's a different operation, but he could use more live continuous stream for his particular operation.
I have to add my own personal knowledge from Montana ranches. Now, there are ranches with hundreds of thousands of acres of land. They hire helicopters to come. It's even difficult to go on a land vehicle to inspect their lands and their cows. They hire helicopter services to come and go around their ranch land to inspect. And that cannot be done frequently, and that is not cheap to do. So, those are the kind of situations. If you have a connectivity, there could be remote monitoring systems in place to maintain the quality of rangeland of the grass, as well as monitoring the livestock.
That's great. Heather, did you have a question? Oh, you're on mute right now.
I have a habit of doing that. I apologize. One of the questions that our one working group member raised, or suggestion, was in terms of mapping, have you discussed or considered working with some existing forms, for example, in the Farm Service Agency offices, when it comes to crop reporting? We, as a farmer, we file these 578 forms. Have you talked about opportunities to check, add a box or something right in that process that would say we are currently using precision agriculture, or we plan to on these acres, and maybe even a third thing that would identify the methods of transmission or the media to collect that, or some level of qualitative measurement also?
So we did, and they are collecting some of that information now, and they're looking to improve those pieces of information, add data points. So those were discussed.
So one of the points that came up is that the USDA and NASA started including a question regarding their connectivity in their fields. However, it's a farmer or whoever is responding for that farmer, just to connect, just to show a yes or no. There is, usually farmers have non-contiguous fields or in multiple areas, maybe 50 or 100 miles apart. There is no way to indicate, which parcel has connectivity or which doesn't have. And also a point early on in our meetings, a point that came up is that the extension should be a part in collecting some of this data, whether it's connectivity mapping kind of data. Extension should, they have people in every county, and they are trusted people, therefore they should be playing a role.
That's interesting. I think to get to the point of the parcel level, that's where we thought the 578 forms, because most of the time that is collected on a field by field basis. Some people may file by farm, but usually we've got the farm number and then the field designated to that. So thought it would give a more granular level of detail.
Okay. Seth, did you have a comment, or I know you're.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of to expand on that same, the question right now from the FSA is just at the operation, wherever the address is of the operation. It might be in town and their fields are out in the country. So it's not reflective. The way that the FSA is asking the internet connectivity question isn't granular enough.
Okay. Michael and Shrikala, what additional, I know you're sort of winding down the speakers, but what additional speakers do you think you'd want to have come speak to the working group?
So we're definitely going to have, we understand that Penn State, through their extension service, is doing some work on crowdsourcing, ground truthing, connectivity and availability. And so they have a pilot program going, and we want to hear about that. We do have 2 areas within the native. There's an individual here in South Dakota that works through connectivity for the various reservations in South Dakota. And then we're going to actually have a native provider talk to us on the regulatory process going forward. And certainly the rangeland issue is something, and we talk about maybe BLM is on what they're mapping and what they can include to us going forward. Seth, Srikala, go ahead.
That's correct. One of the things, one of the last points in Michael's presentation, that various organizations have to work together. For example, state may have some record on where the rangelands are and whether a piece of land is used for livestock or it's just grassland. The various federal agencies may have some information. So it's important for everybody to come together, and the pieces of information they own or they keep, pool it together to get a really good idea about where the agricultural lands are and what the connectivity status and needs in those areas are.
And this is Seth. I thought Google's presentation on their high resolution imagery that they're capturing across the entire United States and the machine learning technology that they're deploying along with that imagery to identify every vertical asset, the height of various structures to deploy wireless technology on, propagation mapping using, taking into consideration the trees and the elevation of the trees. I think it would be very interesting to the entire group.
Yeah.
Would it be possible, as you schedule, you mentioned the provider on native lands and that regulatory discussion, is it possible to share that invite with other working group leaders or members?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll do
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is Jesse, just to make one point. We just have to be careful if we combine working groups that we look at the numbers and make sure that we don't end up having a quorum of task force members that would then create kind of a task force meeting. So we are careful to make sure that we don't, and a quorum is just more than half, so it'd be 8 people. So we just got to look out for that. And so that's a practical limitation there. And so you might just have to line up a presentation twice.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? So last thing for the task group, for the other task force members and the vice chair, did you see any overlap with the work you're doing? And then any recommendations for Michael and Srikala as they continue their work?
Teddy, this is Dan Leifried again. Just the research around the practices is probably the biggest overlap I saw, which again, I think that knowledge for all teams is good. So I don't have any problem with this team researching what precision ag practices are happening, but just making sure it's shared across.
Okay.
Teddy, this is Julie Bichelle on the Adoption and Jobs Work Group. We do have some overlap, as we'll hear later, on the remote telemetry wireless connectivities as well. And we are looking at identifying those different types of providers that currently under funding mechanisms are not considered internet service providers or ATCs, for example, and how we can enable them to deploy networks that aren't bringing internet service, but are enhancing precision ag adoption.
Okay, that's good. And what I'd recommend as you kind of get to that topic within the working group is that maybe same point of that was made earlier, like let's combine maybe the discussions. Now we have to be careful about the quorum, right, of the task force members, but I think we can avoid that easily. But having that kind of cross discussion would be super important and make it much more robust, because ultimately all our recommendations come in together, right? So, okay, good call out. So, any other last comments before we move on to the next working group? Okay. Well, Michael and Srikala, thank you so much for putting that together, and really good discussion on this one. All right, so next we'll move on to the examining current and future connectivity demand for precision agriculture. So Dan and Blake.
I'm just looking, make sure I got the right presentation up. Can you see that, Teddy?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, let me try to find it. Hold on 1 second. There we go. I think that'll work. That should be better.
Yep. There we go.
And I'm not sure if Blake is on. I didn't see him in the list, but I will do my best to represent our group. So this is the second of the working groups examining current and future connectivity to precision ag. You see the working group members listed at the bottom with myself as the chair and Blake Hurst as the vice chair. Just a couple notes. This is our interim working group report. And I figured it would be appropriate, just knowing that this is in the public domain, to ensure that it's known that this presentation is a work in progress and shouldn't be viewed as any final statement or set of recommendations from the working group. And we're planning our initial official report by mandate submission over the coming months. So just to make sure nobody grabs this presentation and takes it as the final. To reiterate our working group mandate or our overall objectives, 4 major objectives: understand the current and future connectivity needs for precision ag in terms of coverage, speed, monthly usage, latency, and other factors, and the technologies available to meet those needs and advantages and limitation of those technologies. Number 2, whether and how connectivity needs vary by different agricultural factors like geography, product, or other factors. Number 3, how and why demand for precision ag needs may change over time due to, for example, population increase and shifts, environmental challenges, changes in diets, and other factors. And number 4, whether the amount or type of connectivity available is shifting or will shift the choices of producers, for instance, from growing one particular crop or crop type to another. So these are our overall objectives. We've been heavily focused, I would say, on the earlier part of this rather than every one of these questions so far. So I'll walk you through kind of where we're at. We started with a short summary, the case for action relative to the current and future state of precision ag technologies and the need for connectivity. The case for action to closing that connectivity gap is clear and compelling. I believe every one of the working groups that is part of this process and the full task force was already in agreement for that, but we believe that it was important to say. Both current and future use cases require closing this connectivity gap and improving overall connectivity performance. So we oftentimes as a working group talk about, it's not just about the performance, it's about making sure at a minimum you close the connectivity gap and then make sure that you drive the performance of that now standing connectivity to the highest level possible in order to enable precision ag today as well as into the future. And then the third summary point is that the team has made progress while, like other working groups, more work lies ahead. So these first few slides, I'm going to move through these relatively quickly around the case for action. And again, I believe that this is universal across our working groups, but overall with population increases, we believe that that's one of the driving factors. Number 2, the amount of land available for agriculture isn't changing. Number 3, there's food insecurity, even in places in the U.S. that the output and sustainable output of production ag or agriculture is critical to solving food insecurity. Number 4, doing anything we can to ensure that there's less waste in the system. in order to ensure that the food gets to the right point at the right time in order to increase our overall consumption is important. And it's our group's belief that precision ag is one of the key components to getting us there. So precision ag, again, from a base definition at the top, is the use of technology and data to make better decisions and automate practices to produce more and use less. Why, again, on the left, a reduction of inputs, increasing the outputs, lowering the overall environmental impact, and integrating the overall supply chain. And then you see some of the results of adoption of precision ag on the right relative to results of feeding the world, reducing the environmental impact, improving profitability for U.S. agriculture, increasing skilled labor demand, getting food to where it's needed, overall competitiveness on a global scale, and reducing food waste and spoilage. So it's not just about precision ag. One of the keys to success of precision ag, we wanted to state it specifically, is connectivity. So the value of the technology in agriculture is amplified exponentially when connected, enabling data to flow. And at the bottom, we said connectivity, both broadband and narrowband, is the enabling fabric of precision agriculture, both now and more importantly into the future with the use cases that we're studying going forward. If you haven't read the Case for Rural Broadband study by the USDA from from 2019, I would encourage you to do so. There's a fair amount of information in that report. We pulled out a few excerpts. It was a foundation for our team, but you can see some of the notable quotes. Reliable high-speed broadband e-connectivity is essential to enhanced agriculture production. And Secretary Perdue's note here at the bottom that broadband in rural America will be as transformative in the 21st century as rural electrification was in the last century. Again, a great report for all of the working groups, I believe, to read, to understand both the current and future state and what we're trying to solve for. With all that being said, we believe connectivity, that there's a dilemma, and that dilemma is, if it were profitable to deploy broadband and faster connectivity options to rural communities and areas of high agriculture production, the service providers in the private sector would have already done it. So it's our team's belief, just like I believe it is the mission of this overall task force, that if we wish to ensure food security in the U.S. population, we need to have public and private partnership in order to close this gap. Again, another study by Pew Research Center stating that there is a divide between suburban and rural, and again, it's our team and this overall task force mission to make recommendations and drive both the recommendations and the policy changes in order to close this gap. So switching gears from kind of the case for change to our overall working group progress around some of the factors. We started out as a full working group a few months back to get organized, and then broke into two subgroups, one around the demand side, and that demand side team developed current and future use cases by three agricultural sectors. One, row crop, i.e. corn and soybeans as an example, and broadacre, the examples being wheat and rice. Number two, the livestock sector, cattle, dairy, poultry, etc. And three, specialty crops, things like fruits, vegetables, vineyards, orchards, nurseries. The group will share today an example of some of the output of the demand side use cases, in particular in the livestock sector, but we have more work and documentation in the other sectors. We just, for time's sake today, we'll give you an example of some of that work. We also broke out into a supply side group to say, if we understand what the current and future precision ag technologies are and the need for connectivity, what are some of the factors and technologies in order to solve for that overall demand? We have different models relative to bandwidth, latency, and cost of different technologies. We're starting to match the demand and the supply sides together. Some of the key takeaways of the technology or supply side are in the bottom right here, where there's no silver bullet for rural broadband in the next 5 years, meaning there's no single point technology that can solve it all. We're going to need a combination of these different technologies in order to solve the use cases today and into the future. Number two, a strong need for edge computing on farms to accelerate broadband scenarios to make it to unlock the value of precision ag. And number three, policies and grants are needed for increased broadband coverage. A little bit back to the current state dilemma of if it was profitable or attractive to private companies today, they would have already done it, but there seems to be a gap there. Again, an example of matching that technology with the demands. This example here, again, livestock. We'll go into a little bit more of this, but looking at meat and beef production, free range grazing of cattle. There are things, in the previous group talked a little bit about it, where you don't need a significant amount of bandwidth in order to solve a use case. There are also use cases where you need more overall bandwidth, and then there are use cases where you need significant bandwidth. So we're trying to match both the use cases current and future with technology based primarily around bandwidth, but also looking at things like latency and reliability. I'll skip over this one because I'm going to go a little deeper into it over the next one. So we'll walk through this use case. The one that we selected for today's presentation is a dairy or in our livestock sector. Some commonly available precision ag techniques that are in practice today are things like robotic milking machines, activity systems to monitor the overall health of a dairy farm. While into the future, we see things like phenotyping of actual dairy cows being a larger piece. And you'll see threads across some of these pieces or some of the use cases across all three sectors, and some have unique differences. Starting with the current state, again, robotic milking machines, we now have these actually in place. Cows are milked at will versus driven through the process, and the technology relies on localized connectivity at the localized farm or at the barn house in order to make this happen. That effort then of driving the cows in for milking rather versus milking them at will can be used elsewhere in order to manage the rest of the operation, and the data is automatically collected relative to the overall efficiency and output of the cow. You see where internet connectivity or connectivity comes into hand. These machines need to be updated from time to time, and having localized connectivity makes that possible. Remotely diagnosing the system, as well as taking the output of the performance of the actual herd and uploading it for analysis, is critical. This is a current state use case. Another current state use case is activity monitoring of livestock. Again, the benefit of being able to put sensors onto the actual animals is you can understand their movement or lack thereof and actually take immediate action if it gets outside of a band of performance that you would consider acceptable. Some systems can actually monitor overall function of the actual cow, such as their rumen function, their temperature, and overall health, as well as their location and position. So you don't have to be constantly studying them with your eye, but rather utilizing the sensors to inform you. And again, this requires connectivity. We thought that the statement in the study here at the bottom right by Penn State makes it more tangible for us humans that much like a Fitbit and or other smart devices that humans wear, downloads of these animals' health and activity can help you to manage much more effectively. And then finally, a future state example. And again, I'm sure that there's some of this happening already today, but we believe it will only increase into the future. So phenotyping of actual livestock to have better understanding of their overall health, not only their health, but their overall makeup in order to drive things like breeding and overall higher performance of the animal going forward is becoming more of a possibility. This is a big data element that will require much higher levels of connectivity in order to facilitate its use case and effectiveness. You note from the study here in the bottom right, the quote, "The lack of access to rural broadband internet is also a growing problem because of the need to transfer data to and from the farms." These types of practices are only enabled when you have highly reliable and high-speed internet connectivity in order to make them happen. I made note earlier that we're going to share one use case, but I would also say the things like phenotyping in the previous example are not specific to animals. The same thing goes for plants and overall other pieces of agriculture, that having the ability to collect large sums of data in order to make better decisions is going to only increase into the future. So this is broader than just livestock, to my point earlier, but is also evident in both the specialty segment as well as the row crop and broadacre segment. A few other observations, as we heard in some of the earlier presentations, and even the farm from North Dakota made this point, that if you're going to have computer vision and or machine learning based systems unlock new levels of productivity in agriculture, that requires a significant amount of capture of data in order to train the system, and a significant amount of compute power in order to run the system going forward. So I believe it's our team, our working groups perspective, that the more connectivity and the more bandwidth that you provide unlocks both innovation from the solution providers as well as utilization by the actual producers in rural America to drive the output up, the inputs down, and the environmental sustainability to its lowest level. Going forward, our team's next steps, we've begun drafting some of our initial report for this fall delivery. We're continuing development of the use cases, classifying the activities by bandwidth and other needs, identifying the magnitude of the benefits so we can make the case more compelling, and starting to develop some of our initial recommendations, but probably not nearly as mature as we would like to be on the recommendation side, but we wanted to make sure we had the base case well understood as a starting point. And then I finally, my final slide is this. It goes a little bit to Teddy's question earlier of what are the pieces that you see as opportunities to share with other working groups or need from other working groups. I knew that today would be an opportunity for us to talk about that. So I'm anxiously paying attention to the other presentations to learn where there's redundancy, as well as to share knowledge back and forth. Our team desires to capture more feedback from both the private and public sectors. Here are a few of the areas that we'll go after next relative to what farm equipment and sensor devices are out there in order for us to gain a better appreciation for the connectivity needs and technology solutions to solve for that. State and local initiatives independent of what the federal level's doing to improve rural community access, and quantifying the overall programs to complement precision ag. And then again, the fact that we're working to develop our report, trying to understand what are some of the other teams learning that we can learn from as well. So that's a quick update, Teddy. I would just say we know we're just at the beginning. We have a long way to go, but I would open it up for any questions, comments, or perspectives from others.
No, Dan, that's terrific and great work by the team. There's already a lot of detail there, so that's exciting. First question or comment is from Michael Gomes.
Hey, Dan, really good presentation and excellent work by your committee. Certainly appreciate a lot of those things. I had kind of two comments / items. One was I really appreciated your dairy example. I was kind of surprised that you hadn't included some of the autonomous feeding systems and some of that. And so I can help you with some of those pieces, as well as some of the feedlot systems and how some of those things are being used. Just because I think it would add some value and it would flesh out your presentation because it starts to meet a total workflow. I guess the second item that I had was with respect to you were looking at adoption, or I should say you were looking at the usage, and did you examine or consider examining both the volume used or the variance in usage during the time of day, and also based on the seasonal aspects like high volume in planting and high volume in harvest, and some of those things. We've seen the high volume in time of day, particularly like in rural areas, in places like when the kids get out of school and they all start texting each other, it actually ramps up the demand, so it drops the bandwidth and some of those things in certain parts of the world.
Yeah, I would thanks, Michael. Number one, for the offer on the first piece. And I would just say, relative to other use cases, our team's open to other ideas and collaboration on that. Again, I will restate the one use case that I gave today isn't the only one that we've documented. We have a much broader list, but I wouldn't suggest for a minute that it's complete, and nor will it probably ever be complete. So thanks for that offer. To your point on do we have an appreciation for the demand in particular around connectivity from a seasonality as well as a time of day? I don't think our team's dug into that, but I think that it will be an important factor to ensure that we don't make recommendations that deploy a technology that gets overrun by the system as soon as it gets deployed. That's one of the things we're sensitive to, is some element of future proofing while not overshooting to the point of where it never gets deployed. So that's I would say from a recommendation standpoint, one of the factors we're trying to figure out how to deal with. And Blake, I do see Blake Hurst on as well. So Blake, feel free to comment at any time as well with your perspective if you have one.
Okay. Other questions? I know I saw one pop up a second ago. Heather, maybe? Yep.
Yeah, here I come. Hey, I'm unmuted? Yes. When you are pursuing the questions, talking with providers and people as forthcoming, one question that our group has wrestled with, I guess, is from a delivery standpoint, in terms of policy, again, looking at spectrum and which elements of spectrum might be in most demand or most usable by the equipment providers, or call them the tool providers. So hopefully, maybe you've already identified some key bandwidths that some of these have in common. I heard you say there's no silver bullet, but we'd love to be in the loop so we can be consistent in terms of recommendations. Because our group has talked about like T-band or CBRS and just a variety of different places where we could land. So that's all I have on that.
Yeah, that's a great comment, Heather. I don't know if we have that silver bullet or even to me, the problem is, and I believe I could speak on behalf of like some of the technical people on our working group, is there are tons of options here, and narrowing it down into whether it's probably not one to the silver bullet point, but how can we get it to as few as possible in order to drive the standards to make it work for the actual end customer? That's the challenge. So maybe collectively as a full task force, we can look to see what are the most prevalent pieces that overlap in the technology space that will allow us to make this actually work for the producer, for the farmer. I don't have the answer on that though, for sure.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that's just, it's about affordability, right? We
Yep.
didn't want to outplay anyone when we talked about like resiliency of the rural landscape and things like that. So I think that's definitely on a lot of our working group members' mind as well. So
you bet.
Keep us in the loop. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions, comments? While we wait for some, Dan and Blake, what additional speakers or groups do you have coming to present moving forward?
I would say at this time, Teddy, we don't have anything formally lined up. You did see on that last page of the presentation some of the what I would call more generic things that the group is interested in reaching out to different groups for more detailed input, but we don't have anything formally set up yet. But probably asking some of the service providers in the space of precision ag today that are playing today and into the future, what are they seeing relative to some of the technical specifications and limitations that are in the market? So that's probably an area of study we'll dig into as a next step. Blake, any other perspective there?
No, Dan, I think that sounded good. Thank you.
Okay. To the rest of the task force, similar as earlier, any areas of overlap, if we have not yet covered it yet, any recommendations for them or about speakers or even some things they need to be focusing on? Okay. Actually, Dan, I did have one quick one. As you look at the different use cases and even the broadband requirements, in that process, are you also identifying where there's gaps right now, or like meaning like we don't? I mean, it's not even there, right? Like we do need this kind of capability, but actually it's not there. Is also being considered in the analysis you're performing?
I would say it's definitely going to be highlighted in any of the future use cases, because we're not just dreaming those up. Some of those future use cases are actually being developed and deployed today, but the painstaking process from which to do it or to make it work in the actual environment is inhibited. To me, the ones we can see future opportunities that are already being slowed down, either from a development standpoint or from an adoption standpoint, because connectivity doesn't exist. And in the outline of those future use cases, I think we'll be really clear where we see those gaps.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome and tremendous. And some of it, as you mentioned, because the connectivity is not there, what we end up doing is doing Band-Aids or some other development of, sort of the remote downloading or do this other stuff, which is actually unproductive, right, for future progress. And so having the connectivity becomes even more glaring that way.
And to the point, even in the previous working group's presentation, there was the discussion around the Kansas farmer who brings all of his data back, or he puts his information on before he goes. The question that was going through my mind is he doing that because he can't, or is he doing that because that's what he wants? And what could he do if he actually had connectivity out there? What sort of flexibility would that provide? I find that people will sub-optimize in order to work around the situation as much as they have to. That doesn't necessarily mean that they should.
Exactly. Well, great work. I appreciate that. Unless there's any other comments, we're going to move on to the next one. So the next one is going to be the encouraging adoption of precision agriculture and availability of high quality jobs. So Mike McCormick and Julie, and I think Mike, you're ready. Take it over.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you, all the work that you're doing, and think that our subcommittee, the Adoption and Jobs Subcommittee, are coming along really well, adopting or working through our areas of focus and our priorities to come up with our platform that we'll deliver just a little bit later. We have I think I've discussed this before. We broke our committee down into two subcommittees, one for jobs and one for adoption. Julie Bichelle is heading up our jobs team, our subcommittee. And I think Julie is going to be sharing some of our screens for us today. And she has a short video, and let me turn it over to Julie and let her run through jobs and share a video from one of our people for the subcommittee, and then I'll come back and talk about the adoption subcommittee. We're very fortunate to have both Michael Jones and Dale Artho on our task force, and they'll be joining us as well. So, Julie, if you're available, I'll turn it over to you and let you start off on the job spot.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. So our job subcommittee first focused on the first few months of presentations and identified our 5 areas that we wanted to first prioritize. If I got to job sites. So our first area of priority is focusing on connectivity, realizing that without connectivity, Precision Ag can't be adopted. Ultimately, that connectivity will lead to a thriving rural community, which will attract businesses, a skilled workforce, and retain its residents. The reason we made this our first priority is as we move through our other priorities, we can't lose sight that we are here to establish a connectivity model that enhances precision agriculture. The subcommittee also identified and was quite inspired by the recent advancement of career and technical training education. We've found several models, both state and local initiatives, that will serve as some of our models for recommendations. Key is the Kentucky Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education. We're currently focusing on K through 12 STEM programs. We want to identify their key metrics to incorporate that in our recommendations and policy initiatives. And we also want to examine public-private partnerships to accelerate these programs. We have also identified apprenticeship programs as being a key component. The Department of Labor's industry-recognized apprenticeship programs, as well as other state and industry apprenticeship programs, will be a potential tool to attract and develop the technologically skilled workforce, not only for precision ag, but also for the deployment of rural broadband networks. Our focus here, we will be meeting with the Department of Labor in our next meeting to discuss the IRAP program. We will be scoping the occupational descriptions in precision agriculture to get a more focused view of what these programs and internships and apprenticeships should focus on. Working with various trade association and industry leaders to identify their barriers and their successful apprenticeship initiatives. Since COVID, we've seen many trade organizations start their own apprenticeship task force, and we'll be interviewing a few of those to identify how we could help, or potentially how the Department of Labor initiatives can help. We've also examined land-grant universities, extension programs, and community college as a key driver for developing the technologically skilled workforce. We were also pretty inspired to see the enrollment of STEM and the agricultural tracks as we started doing our research. The ag tech, or the student-led ag tech startups, is also quite inspiring. So we're looking at ways that policy could enhance this and encourage it. We are identifying the metrics that could be promoted through policy or possibly enhance the USDA NIFA partnerships. We also are looking at the entrepreneurial programs that are university or community college led, and hopefully defining those in ways that policy or potential industry stakeholders could promote in rural communities. And finally, automation. We've looked at this as a very broad topic because it's pretty much all encompassing when we talk about jobs. But we've dove in a little bit as well on remote telemetry. And obviously our initial findings show that this could help alleviate labor shortages and increase efficiencies while also driving the demand for skilled jobs such as IT techs, field technicians, network engineers, administrators, and agronomists. These technologies are recognized as having a positive impact on natural resource conservation and energy management in the Farm Bill. Should we also look at this as broadening into automation and remote telemetry as having a positive impact on the current labor shortages and development of skilled labor? So for this focus, we are identifying the obstacles to deploying automation, machine learning, and remote telemetry technologies, both from an industry or an OEM perspective, but also from a farmer perspective. We intend to recommend ways the federal and state government can promote the adoption of automation and machine learning technologies, maybe through NRCS or FSA or even the RUS program. And we encourage interagency coordination. Main reason being the technology is there, but what can we do both at a USDA level to enhance the adoption, but also maybe an FCC level to encourage those wireless connectivity providers to go out and deploy the networks to support them. We're also working to identify current emerging technologies being deployed to support the adoption of automation and remote telemetry. It's not just a broad blanket statement of broadband, as we heard from the last presentation. And also recommend funding reform to include providers that are not considered internet service providers or ETCs, but are still deploying network to support the precision ag technologies. With that, I will move in to a video that Mike will talk about a little more on the adoption side. Lenny Blakesley is a member of our working group, and he shared with us a few weeks ago a CoBank video that addresses one of the adoption key points of funding reform to enhance broadband deployment. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Yep.
Julie, we don't have the audio.
Well, I apologize. It's not allowing me to enable my audio. Just screen share. Oh, I think all right, so let's try again. I think I got it.
1934, America has supported universal service for communications. Thanks to the act, telephone service became available practically everywhere in the USA. Even in remote, high-cost rural areas where farmers and ranchers grow the food that our nation depends on every day. To ensure that all Americans continue to have access to essential communication services, the Federal Communications Commission created the Universal Service Fund, or USF, in 1997. Today, the USF has evolved to bring critical communications technology including broadband and wireless broadband to people in rural, underserved, and difficult to reach areas. The USF is supported by communications providers who pay an annual fee to the fund. The amount of the fee is a percentage of the communication provider's voice service revenue. USF funds are delivered through 4 programs focused on places where broadband and connectivity needs are critical. The High Cost program provides support to certain qualifying companies that serve high-cost areas, including service for rural areas. The Lifeline program assists low-income customers by helping to pay for monthly phone service. The Rural Healthcare program allows rural healthcare providers to pay rates for broadband services similar to those of their urban counterparts, making services affordable. And the Schools and Libraries program, which supports affordable broadband to eligible schools and libraries. For decades, the Universal Service Fund has worked well to provide ubiquitous voice service to America. But today, broadband access is just as important as voice communications, and we still have a digital divide that must be bridged. Here's the catch. Fees paid into the Universal Service Fund by communications providers are based only on a percentage of their voice service, not their broadband service. And because the use of landlines in the USA is declining, the fees available for the Universal Service Fund are shrinking as well. The majority of USF funds are now used to support broadband development and maintenance, but revenue from broadband use does not, in return, support the USF. If communication companies don't have a sustainable, predictable level of funding, deploying and maintaining affordable broadband in high-cost areas is just not economically viable, and therefore not financeable. It's time to bring the USF funding regime up to date so it can support the deployment of broadband, supported by a fiber backbone, to all Americans in rural, underserved, and difficult-to-reach areas. We need to make broadband universal, just like we did with telephone service. This is especially important today when rural hospitals are closing their doors, and telehealth, which requires a robust broadband service, can help fill the gap. It is also important to ensure that schools and students in rural and underserved areas can take full advantage of the tremendous educational opportunities offered by broadband. And precision agriculture is only optimal when broadband service is available on the farm. It's time to include broadband service when calculating the fees used to support the Universal Service Fund. A sustainable cost recovery mechanism is imperative to support the financing of rural broadband in high-cost areas, because all Americans deserve access to broadband, regardless of where they live. The Universal Service Fund, updated to include fees from broadband, can make it happen.
Mike, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Julie. That is something we talked about in one of our subcommittee groups and in the full working group subcommittee. And we think that it's definitely an issue that we need to solve. We kind of likened it to the infrastructure across the U.S., our roads and bridges, and our automobiles are now getting a greater gas mileage, so the tax that we charge on per gallon usage is not covering what it should on the repairs to our roads and bridges. Certainly, that's what we're dealing with here in the state of Mississippi. So, finding a way to increase those funds to cover the more rural areas of the U.S., I think, is something that our working group will certainly be focused on through the end of our task of coming up with a report. Julie, if you can share our focus points on screen, if you can go back to the adoption points, I'll run through those right quick and let Mike Gomes add in his commentary on what we've been working on. We focused on 7 priorities for our working group. We actually came up with 1 just in our last meeting or so. So it's a work in progress. As we're having speakers come on, we're getting other ideas of things that we may want to cover in our report. The first is connectivity, just obviously a major building block of what we're planning on doing. The second was an in-depth look at the interoperability of precision agricultural technologies and the problems that we have there. Third is the data collection and security management and the analytics of data collection. Fourth is the incentives for farmers to use precision agriculture. Had some great presentations on that. And fifth is the existing funding mechanisms that we just talked about and how can that pivot to precision agriculture. Sixth is sustainability and traceability, which we've heard a little bit about today from the other subcommittees. And 7 was a point that came up in our last presentation by a speaker, which is COVID-19 and the new effects of the new world that we're living in, and the broadband availability and connectivity and how that interacts with the challenges that we're having for today. So, Michael, if Mike Gomez is on the task force and he's agreed to run through these topics and give an update on each one. So, Mike, if you would, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, sure thing. Julie, can you scroll to the top for us? Sure thing. So the first one there, connectivity, and connectivity is a building block. One of the things that we were looking at was the different types of connectivity. And so we were certainly very interested to hear from the other subcommittees about the maps of coverage and things like that, because we recognize that there are different needs for connectivity. And I think it sounds like that some of the other committees have come across that same type of thing, like your guy in your 10,000 acre farmer in Kansas, right? The idea that there's a certain amount of information that you need in something near real time for operational decision making. There's other stuff that you can get it at the end of the day, and then there's other items that you need from a historical basis, but you may or may not need. And so there are different kind of thresholds of connectivity and where those come to. With respect to interoperability, that had more to do with the interoperability of the data layers. For example, things like soil moisture or soil temperature, as well as, say, the planting and the application layers and the plant populations, as well as things like crop height and then yield, as well as then understanding needs for upstream and downstream. And Dennis Buckmaster from Purdue University has been helping us with elements of that. We've also had speakers that talked on that with respect from Ag Gateway, the trade association, as well as from, we had executive Jeremy Wilson, an executive vice president from EFC Systems, bring us the farmer's perspective of elements of that. And he actually also touched on elements of this data collection, right? How is the data used, the security and the management? Because as work group number 1 and 2, it's how much is enough and what's really adequate. And so we were certainly interested in that. Jose is helping me there with respect to that writing up that element of that. And so Jose is pretty similar, it sounds like, to your speaker from Woodland, California. He's just outside of Austin, Texas, and so he's very close to an urban center, but has a pecan orchard where they struggle with connectivity, and so that was pretty interesting. Robert Blair out of Idaho is leading the aspects of our incentives for farmers to use precision agriculture. And so both he and Dale Artho have been and looking at elements of trade and with respect to the, as you see there, things like the green, being able to check the green box for WTO, and how elements of precision agriculture, as they get to downstream connectivity, can help to create additional incentives, or how we may support those incentives, as well as from the compliance and reporting structures for NRCS, FSA, and RMA, which it sounds like subcommittee number 1 is also touching on. And so there's certainly some good cross-pollination. Josh and I are leading up the write-up with respect to mechanisms on funding. One of the things that we see in adoption is, for the most part, beginning to reframe who the adoption customers are. As the video pointed out, today, what do they count? They count households and voice traffic. Those are the metrics by which most of this is measured. And so we're looking at reframing adoption around, who are the customers, who are the data customers of precision agriculture. It's the tractor, the sprayer, the combine, the center pivot, the grain storage, the feedlot, the dairy barn, and increasingly it's more and more of those pieces of the puzzle, and then understanding where those go, because as Dan's committee talked about, is it economical to drive adoption around some of these things? And so we look at, part of our mission is reframing adoption with respect to who the customer is, because today's rules are in many ways back in the 1930s to 50s when we adopted the technology around things like serving households with voice traffic. And so we see elements of reframing adoption around things like that. And then, Julie, if we can go down just a little bit more. Not sure if we're frozen. So that.
You see it, Mike?
I'm at 5.
Okay, I'm there. So sustainability and traceability.
Okay, so mechanisms around the sustainability. There it is. Perfect. Around sustainability and traceability. Mike McCormick is leading up elements of that with respect to how precision agriculture is a supporting role to environmental stewardship around the safety and security and the food supply and essential pieces around that. Then we've talked a little bit about how COVID, really with respect to where we are, COVID has done a nice job. If there's a silver lining in the COVID crisis, it's the fact that school agriculture is understood as an essential industry, but in addition, it's seen a tremendous focus towards distance learning and telemedicine. And so really understanding how those implications can begin to affect us. And then one of the items, as Mike had said, that this continues to be a work in progress. One of the items that came up last week in our conversations was with respect to threats to adoption. And there's some pending or a pending issue around an issue that can actually come in and potentially threaten to chew up some of the available bandwidth, and then what are the perceptions around that? That would be the legato issue, and so understand a little bit of what are the perceptions within our stakeholder groups around this, and could it be an impediment to adoption? I think it's a little bit following on some of what Dan's subcommittee's done about the different bandwidths and understanding the different transmission methods and what the strengths and weaknesses of each one of those are, and then understanding where the perceptions are around some of these things so that then they can understand where we can continue to strengthen and drive adoption. So that's kind of an overview of where we are. Our committee is looking to have, by our next meeting, be able to have at least some preliminary thoughts down on paper with respect to this stuff. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Mike, Julie, or I would be happy, as well as Dale would be happy to answer any questions on this subject.
So just a quick question, Mike. So now that you have sort of the areas of focus and you guys are going deeper into it, as you mentioned just now, is the idea that you're going to start putting together some recommendations for each of those 7 areas? Is that the approach?
Yeah, yes, sir, Teddy. That's exactly what we're planning on doing. And what we're doing is we're doing a subcommittee group meeting once a week, and then the next week we do a full subcommittee group meeting. So we give the chance for the guys that are on jobs to ask questions for adoption, and then the other way around. So we're keeping everyone engaged.
Okay. Questions, comments from the task force to this group?
I just want to compliment you. You've got a huge watershed. And one question or suggestion: when I'm not on an FCC call, I'm also a 4-H leader and chair a youth entrepreneurship effort as well. And wondered if the extension 4-H outreach mechanism, like in Illinois anyway, we have some extensive computer coding clubs and maker, like 3D maker. It's primarily 3D printing and things like that, clubs in place. And I don't know what the master plan may be, but if there are ways to kind of pipeline that, even working with land grants, as I know several of them are adding these programs related to precision ag and their ag mech or ag tech programs. So I just kind of brainstorming here, wondering if that might make the list in recommendations.
Heather, this is Julie. It sure has. We're actually looking at the FFA and 4-H programs and intending to include those. The list we provided today, our initial priorities, K through 12, just seemed, STEM programs seemed like they needed a little more research on our side. But the initiative with 4-H and FFA is to really learn what incentives they have and what they're doing to continue to promote and attract the next generation of skilled workforce in precision ag. So I would love to work with you on that, and I really appreciate the offer.
No, gladly. We have some, actually, that's one area that our state 4-H staff is pretty on the ball on, and have been working with Google and Microsoft and other companies as well. So yeah, whatever I can help to either make the connection or provide what little bit I know, I'd love to.
Thank you.
Oh, Mike, you're on mute again. Mike, you're on mute again.
I'm going to figure this out here before long. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. We've also talked about in our working group of reaching out to some of the other groups in the U.S. that are working on similar platforms. We think it's a good idea that since there's such an overlap of a lot of different groups and a lot of different agencies working on similar projects as ours, to include them in future speakers. And I think definitely the 4-H piece, the university piece, will be one of those.
Thank you. Michael Adeline, you have a comment?
Yeah, on future job opportunities, have you looked into what I think is going to be a unique role of ag technology security, both at the device, at the transfer, and if you think of a crop specialist, you might have a crop ag security specialist. And so I think there's going to be a broad spectrum of individuals. I can just imagine if somebody hacked an autonomous tractor and you start driving it all over wherever you want, or you stop it from planting, which is certainly possible under ag security. So I just wondered if you had any dialogue about that.
We've had dialogue actually in the adoption subcommittee on security and looking at this as a national security concern. I love the idea of looking at this as a job opportunity, and I will absolutely add it. I think that's a fantastic idea.
We've touched on it, but we haven't probably gone as in depth as we need to. We also are lending strongly on many of the commercial partners and the idea that many of the folks in the industry are considering aspects of that, or at least baking elements of those things into their solutions for sure.
Okay.
But excellent considerations for sure, and certainly something we think that will continue to rise and flesh itself out as we continue down this road.
Other questions, comments, recommendations for the group, or maybe even some recommendations for some other things that they need to look into? All right, hearing none. So thank you very much, Mike McCormick, Julie, and Mike Gomes, and Dale as well. That was good. Okay, we're at a spot. Well, let's continue through this one, and then we'll see how much more is there. So the next group would be the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved agricultural lands. So Jeff and Heather.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
We're doing good. Going
Good,
right through the
good.
day.
Yes, we're getting there. Appreciate everyone being on today. I'm very fortunate Heather's on here with me today, and she's done an excellent job of leading our working group and our discussions and keeping us on track and organized. And she's done a great job in preparing our presentation today. So I'm going to turn it over to her at this point and let her go through that presentation for you all.
Okay. Well, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I'll try to go through this fairly quickly because I know I'd like to stretch my legs a little bit. But in terms of our deployment working group, I'm going to try to share a screen, and I should be able to do this, right, Teddy? Is that?
Should be able to. It's
click share, right? It's that simple.
It should be that one. Something's happening.
Oh, good.
There we go.
Okay, so hopefully what you see is not a family whitewater rafting, but it is a picture of the report template that FCC shared with us. So it would be the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved agricultural lands preliminary. That's my disclaimer, Dan. July 22nd, 2020. Is that what you see?
That is what we see.
Great. Because the whitewater rafting is a fun picture, but not very descriptive when it comes to precision ag. So just to review our charge, and you've got a glimpse of our working group members there on the right as well. We're really fortunate. We have some talented people with a lot of experience in the room, so to speak, and we're trying to draw on that as we move forward. You can read the charges for our working group. Those are also things that are posted. I might just pull up something real briefly. I apologize. I'm suffering from either allergies or summer cold, and my Dayquil might be running off right about now, like wearing off. So I'll try not to hack on everybody. Put on your mask. What I'm going to pull up here for 1 second, maybe, as we started to gather, we put together a Trello board. Yeah, here it is. So you mentioned a box that the full task force and the working group, one of the working groups are sharing. Ours is currently found on a Trello board, and we need to thank Brian Cruikshank with FCC because he's helped maintain that and put everything in cards and organize that in a meaningful way. So in our background materials, we have these working group documents that can be pulled up, and communications and so on. And then our monthly meeting agendas, old business kind of items that still need to be followed up on, or we have working group members working on, and tasks for the next meeting, and completed tasks. So I'm going to go back to our preliminary report here, because what we've tried to do is organize that information in one place that any member can access at any time. There are also some neat messaging capabilities through the Trello. The problem is, for me, it's kind of like hide and seek. I literally found a message from one of our committee members that he listed in early June, and I found it yesterday. So there's not an automatic notification piece that would be helpful, but it has helped us in general try to organize our information, because as we scroll down in this preliminary report, I'm actually going to scroll down to where it says relevant artifacts and presentations. So this idea of background information, rather than spend time recapping the presentations we've received, which we've gotten some really informative ones from a policy standpoint from FCC, as well as USDA. We've also heard from Matt Splitter. Mike Buser, who's on our group, also sits in on the mapping conversation, and he had recommended Matt as well, which a lot of what Matt said backed up the user scenarios that we had gathered over time over the last few months. But you can see here on the left, in the left-hand column, this is just a glance at a lot of our background information that our committee members have been either reading or received through presentations. I think we've got a few more in here. Look at that. So just to give you an idea that it's, I think, pretty extensive and has felt overwhelming at times. One of the other things we did early on was survey our committee members with some, I would say, not necessarily strategic questions, but trying to get a feel for those strengths and needs and opportunities. So more of a SNOW analysis than a SWOT analysis. But we did that very early on as we first convened. And by doing so, we were able to then identify some issues that may not be directly under our charge, but related to the other working groups. So I think some of the other working group chairs and vice chairs probably remember in May, I think it was, or late April, sometime in there, we shared this list that's on the right-hand side of your screen, where we identified items that weren't necessarily in our charge, but yet related to the decision-making that we found ourselves, or the questions we were asking ourselves. Excuse me. Apologize. So we have a lot of those questions grouped here in this document, and this PDF will be sent out to everybody, I hope. I think a lot of our discussion today has circled back to these questions.
Looks like we lost Heather temporarily. We'll just give it a minute here for her to come back.
Sorry about that. Coughing fit. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Jeff, if you could take over for a minute, that'd be great. Roll
Okay,
back.
I don't have, let's see. Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't have access to the screen here, so I'm kindly, I mean, I can see it, but let's see. Basically, we have had quite a few of the presentations and the information that you've seen that Heather had tried to share with you earlier. And we have quite a bit more that we're working on. We broke our, I'm going off script here because I'm just kind of going from memory, but we broke our working group down into some themes that we've identified, or some ideas that we need to further evaluate and get some information together on. And we have started last week working our way through those. I think we've got probably some of those scheduled for the next 4 meetings where individual work group members are focusing on some particular goals and tasks that we're trying to drill down into and get some answers. One thing that seems to be very evident, the more that we're trying to drill down and get answers, I think we create more questions than we've created answers thus far. But that's okay. That's part of the process. But we've got a good group. We've got a lot of knowledge in this group, from satellites, social media, to wireless internet, to utilities. That, I mean, they're all really helping us think outside the box and try to figure out from an infrastructure side of things, what's it going to take to get down that last mile and last acre? And is that truly where we need to be looking at? Do we need to be going that far? We've heard some of the speakers that, as you had, some of the presenters had mentioned earlier, that talked about they don't really use a lot of that data out in the field. They wait till they get back to their office to try to implement it. It's kind of interesting to me to figure out, is that the norm, or is that, and if it is the norm, is that because they don't have the ability to do that? Would they do more on the spot decision making if they had the connectivity to do so? Or do they feel like they need to further break that information down and analyze it in a setting where they can take some time and look at it? So, a lot of those type of things have come to the forefront that make you stop and think, maybe the way we first thought about this is not exactly the way everybody's handling it. So I look forward to us continuing. As you can see, Heather's got down to our themes here and kind of what we're going to be looking at over the next few weeks. Our group has a call every other week at this point, kind of go through these ideas and keep the ball moving forward. And a lot of good conversations.
We've been really lucky that we've had some committee members who were willing to step forward and help with facilitation, because it really helps spread the workload here as we look at these themes. And for last week's session, we actually addressed 2 separate themes. One was this failure to properly identify broadband-related needs of particular rural agricultural areas, and the other was inappropriate broadband service targets. So we had a group of 3 people who prepared ahead of time some thought-provoking questions and then helped lead that discussion. I have yet to see their notes because I was actually traveling, and I'm looking forward to seeing the notes on that. But we do, as we scroll up here, I really apologize. I think my medicine is literally wearing off like right now. And would you believe it? I just ran out of Kleenexes too. So I just wanted to roll up here to back to the anticipated challenges and assumptions, and also some potential recommendations as we see it right now. This is by no means a comprehensive list, and it still goes with that disclaimer that this is all a work in progress, right? We're not there. We're not at the finish line. But some of the anticipated challenges that we've identified either in conversation, almost more of a consensus. These aren't things that we've taken an official roll call vote on or anything like that. But in general, we think there could be challenges related to the affordability when it comes to spectrum for an individual farm operator to try to, for example, license their own. So are there models of working with a cooperative or a third-party provider to be able to access some things rather than just relying on the company, i.e. John Deere, to provide their own satellite and their own cloud and things like that. So a lot of discussion around that point. Some challenges also anticipated resistance from providers. And here we're thinking actual internet service providers to increase performance targets, i.e. symmetrical, or at least improving the upload rate. This 10-to-1, it's insulting, really. It's not even laughable. It's just hard to get anything done with those kind of speeds. Although you'd feel fortunate you have anything at all. But to really be productive and innovative and ultimately sustainable economically, we need greater service levels. And that comes back to one of our assumptions as well. But we think there would be some resistance to that from a service provider standpoint. Excuse me. And another challenge, I think all of us recognize that someone said it very early on, if it were affordable to build out to the last mile, it would have been done already. So this idea that, yes, it's costly to build it out, but we really think the real cost is in maintaining that over time. So that implies either ongoing subsidies or scalable technology from the outset that reduces that overall maintenance cost over time and allows you to upgrade service. Recognizing there, again, some challenges from different provider perspectives on, what that means, i.e., does that mean that we have a bias toward fiber optic versus fixed wireless or something like that? I mean, I understand the political landscape of this, but it's the reality also where we find ourselves that we need scalable technology because we are assuming that demand is only going to increase. None of us have seen file sizes get smaller since the advent of commercial internet usage, right? Since the early 90s. They've only gotten larger. So bandwidth will continue to increase, or demand for that. Another one of our assumptions, broadband to the last acre is important to support precision agriculture technologies. However, it relies on significant upload and download capability from the last mile or headquarters where data-driven decisions are made. And I think if I've really been listening to everybody today, I think each one of our working groups has concluded that same point. So as someone said, we might be stating the obvious, but it's important to put it in writing and acknowledge it. The fabric approach that was shared to get to a more granular level of what kind of speeds do we actually have seems to be a definite improvement on existing mapping capabilities. And another assumption is that providers self-reporting advertised speeds are not an accurate reflection of actual speeds and reliability at the customer level. And from my perspective, as a rural user of internet, I have been, I guess, reassured today by both the FCC updates and our working groups updates to talk about the prevalence of interest in ground truthing and verifying, and USDA as well. So we get on the ground, we verify. They said they were going to provide it. Are they providing it? So scrolling back here to some items that we think are potential recommendations as of July 22nd. Again, potential. The gist of it here on the left side. To further explore options in spectrum, whether that's in T-band or the community broadband, or a hybrid of unlicensed and licensed products, and an effort to be informed by industry standards. So again, I'm not a techie, but trying to listen to the people in our working group who are very technologically savvy and at the forefront of this stuff, this interest in, will there be industry standardization? And if so, how could that help inform policy and then where we go with that is really on the minds of several of our working group members. I asked about the Farm Service Agency, the 578 forms in particular earlier. Now it's a potential kind of low-hanging fruit item that could help ultimately with granularity. But yet we always want to be sensitive to protecting individual identity and data, unique data at that level. Setting performance targets at a higher level and being consistent across all federal agencies. It was reassuring to me to hear Chad say earlier that the secretary had authority to go above and beyond the 10-1 threshold for USDA programs. And it seems that if we're giving money for people to build stuff out, then by golly, don't start by building at a second and third class level. Let's get us all at the same level, even in initial build out. And then let's talk about true future needs and what that might look like. Leveraging state and federal funds to build to and provide continuous service to the last mile and last acre. Well, we can understand the existing line of reasoning that we don't want providers to take advantage of maybe funds that are out there. When it comes to building to rural areas, it seems that we actually need to be leveraging those and actually maybe consider weighting scores on applications in a way that would actually reward them for finding state funding or multiple federal agency funding to reach a specific target or geographic area. And then, of course, document that they are serving that at a bona fide and quality, reliable level of service. We are also recommending that the FCC and the agency actually act on the Broadband Deployment Advisory Council recommendations. And it seems like, especially with the mapping efforts and comment periods that are open right now, that the agency is definitely listening and very proactive. It seems that there may be some other opportunities within that, like developing the DIG guidelines or checklist, things that could be used as a resource or tool at local and state levels. Could also be some, again, low-hanging fruit, actionable items that could actually help accelerate deployment across the nation. We tried to categorize a few of the benefits related to the bullet points I just walked through. I'm trusting everybody can read that, I hope. I hope the screen's large enough for you. But I guess we just open it up to questions and emphasize again that this is by no means comprehensive. We're just trying to provide a snapshot as far as where we are so far in this process and continue to work on our themes, work through questions and develop more recommendations, definitely by mid-September.
Heather, would you mind, Chairman, take this opportunity? I know we've got 3 more task force members that serve on the work group with us, and that's Steve Vale, David Goldman, and Anthony Dillard. And I don't know if those gentlemen have anything they would like to share more at this time as a part of our report, but I'd like to give them an opportunity.
Dan Watermeyer was with us too, as well, at least before lunch break. So I don't know if Dan's still on the line or not.
Yep.
Jeff and Heather, I just might make a comment. I know as other working group members in the task force, those are serving on other working groups, it may appear that, and I know Teddy has asked a question about overlap, and we have delved into a lot of the other working group areas, but our working group has really felt we needed some outcomes and answers from some of those challenges that each of those groups are facing to really come up with good policy recommendations to accelerate deployment. So again, that's why we've spent a lot of time, and I know Heather has and Jeff both have reached out to the other working groups to get some of that knowledge, and looking forward to that sharing, increased sharing among all the groups, because I think that's really going to help us ultimately as we develop policy recommendations.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. So Great work. And Heather, thanks for hanging in there. I mean, I bet that was really tough. So no apologies needed. Dan, I see you have a question or a comment.
Yeah, nice work by this team. I completely agree with that last comment that this team's really gone quite a ways, which I have no problem with. In the end, let's all remember that it's the output of the entire task force that matters, not any one individual group. So now it's our challenge to try to look at the output of this work and try to figure out how it fits into each individual working group and integrate it together. So nice job. No problems at all.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? So while we wait for that, I did have one quick question. I saw that you had obviously acted upon some of the BDAC recommendation, the Broadband Deployment Act Advisory Council. Did you have folks from that council attend or present to your working group?
Well, involved in our working group, Betsy Huber had served on that council and is also in our working group. So she had brought the recommendation document to our attention, but we've not had a formal presentation or anything. It's just a document that we've had for each working group member to review.
Well, one thing to think about, one of the recommendations could be either Betsy herself or somebody else, even when they had that document, if there were things that they thought were a priority and they need to be acted upon sooner than later, that may be something interesting that we could reiterate as part of our recommendation too.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Adeline?
Yes, I wondered if you have thought about or had dialogue with NIST on policy related to security frameworks, since this is really going to be impactful going forward in the broad sense.
We have not yet, and I was really glad to hear that topic brought up in the last working group report, because that does have, far-reaching implications. And I'm thinking not only at the farm level when we think about the tractors and other data there, but I'm thinking about irrigation systems, private irrigation lakes in Colorado, dams, that critical infrastructure type pieces as well that relate to precision agriculture. And yes, if you have any other background information or thought papers or existing work on that, if anyone could share that with us, that would be, I think, definitely fair game, don't you? That we need to be discussing.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? I don't see any hands up. Okay, well, thank you to Heather and to Jeff for putting this together, and the rest of the task force members that are on this working group. Really good work. Let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute. We don't have that much more material left. However, I do think we need a break. So let's take a 10-minute break. It's 2:45 now Eastern. Let's come back at 2:45. And then I think we maybe have 15 minutes more or so of updates and discussions, and then we hopefully can close a little bit early. So see you in 10 minutes. You want to be back on?
Yeah, let's
Okay, well, welcome back from the break, everyone. So terrific updates from all the subgroups, great discussion, good questions, good recommendations, suggestions. I know I took a lot out of it, and aside from the working group that I'm on, kind of listening to what others are doing was super helpful. I think we also saw some of the, I won't call it exactly overlaps, but different groups looking at maybe the same topic, which is a good thing. And this is what the purpose of this meeting was to highlight those, and then obviously start to collaborate with one another and figure out how we tackle some of these issues. So now going forward from a timeline perspective, one of the things we wanted to make sure, and Jesse Jackman from the FCC will also maybe have a few points here. Our next meeting is actually set for October 28th. And that's at the meeting in which we will be reviewing the reports and close to they're just almost final type of a report. So we actually have to work our way backwards from that date. And the draft reports have to be in for the task force to review 30 days ahead of that October 28th meeting. So that puts us at September 28th. So by September 28th, from the various working groups, we want to have some sort of a draft report. And then I'm sure that on top of that, there needs to be some sort of an executive summary that needs to be put together. So I would, for the chairs and vice chairs for the different working groups, put that September 28th as a potential sort of date to have a draft report due. Between now and September 28th, we'll probably even try to schedule a quick call with the chair and vice chairs just to review maybe the draft recommendations. I know there was very preliminary recommendations today, with kind of some thought processes, some thoughts that were put down on paper, but we may want to, kind of firm those up as you work with your working groups there. And maybe towards the, latter part of August, early part of September, maybe we'll have a call to review those to make sure, again, that we don't have different overlaps. And if we do, which working group is going to take the lead on which specific recommendation or topic. And then that way we can get that straightened out. And that gives you another 30 days to really work more on the documents themselves. As far as the format itself, I think Jesse has shared in the past previous reports that were submitted. I know there's one from the BDAC group that was done before. If you don't have a copy of that, that will be available on the Box site, as well as we can even share it by email if you don't have a copy of it already. So that kind of gives us a little bit of a framework. Now, again, our report does not have to look like that, but that just gives us a way to work towards something. So that's kind of overall from a timeline perspective and what to expect next. Again, our report, per my understanding, it's almost like a status update, or where we had these meetings, here's some of our findings, here's some of our initial recommendations, and it gets turned in. Our charter is much longer than the end of this year, but obviously we want to be able to provide something on an annual basis. So we will have some sort of report that says, we spent some time, did some investigation, did some learning. Here's some initial recommendations we do have, and some of the recommendation itself might be that we need to investigate more. So it's okay that we don't have it all flushed out by the latter part of this year and going to the next year. So I'll be the guideline. Jesse, anything else to add to that?
Yeah. So one thing, let's bring on my video here. One thing that I just want to clarify that is that if you go back to the charges, in the charges we lay out the deadlines for the reports. So based on the statute that gave the commission or directed the commission to set up the task force, there were some explicit deadlines for certain reports. And some of the other reports that we've had coming out of the working groups, those don't have the specific deadlines in the statute. So I know that the data mapping group has their annual report, which will be due to the task force at that September 28th deadline. Same with the connectivity demand. But the other groups don't necessarily have, and I'm going this is based off my recollection. So if I'm saying anything that doesn't seem right to you, please just follow up with me and ask. But the other groups don't necessarily have those deadlines. But that being said, you can still submit those reports. But they do have to be, 30 days before the next meeting, so that the task force has time to review it and then it can be voted on. So again, there's nothing that says you can't have the report, ready for that September 28th if you don't have it due by then. But you can still do it, but you can't just, submit it to the task force a few weeks before, or a couple weeks before. So they just need that time to review. So if it wasn't then it could be the next meeting. So I think we gave some staggered deadlines for some of the other reports or recommendations that we're looking to get. But then we did have some statutory deadlines, which we're making sure that we meet. So did that clarify anything? It just didn't confuse it, make it any more confusing? All right.
Makes sense. So off that information, any questions, comments from anyone on the task force? Crystal clear for the moment, I guess. It's good. All right. A couple of things I took from today. One is, this interaction was really good amongst the team to kind of see where the different groups were. But the sharing of information is going to be important. So I will be following up with Jesse and the team to make sure that all the information is well organized and structured and can be found on the Box site and kind of organized by folder, so that if there's topics that other groups have looked into and they have material, you also have access to it from to that material as well. And so we'll make sure that we send some communications on that piece as well. The other side of it is the cross collaboration. Obviously, there's a lot of areas where there was, kind of two teams or two working groups touching on the same topic. That's totally okay. I think what I would encourage is for you to reach out, and now you know who's working on what and what topics they have on their list, to reach out to them, and you could tackle the topic together. I think that'd be acceptable. Although at some point, one group may have to take the lead on a specific topic and the other one sort of supports it. Or you could take a specific topic and break it into two and say, we'll focus on this portion of it, and then this other working group focus on the other portion of it. And obviously, when we bring it all back together, we'll make sure that it reads as one. But that may be a way to divide and conquer some of the work. So I would truly encourage that. I think you have everybody's email addresses and a way to get in touch with them. So I would encourage you to do that. With that, Catherine, any other thoughts you have from today? No? You're a mute if you want to say something or not, but.
Sorry, it took a while to get it unmuted. No, I don't have any additional thoughts, Teddy. I think you covered everything really well. I think really my biggest takeaway from this is seeing what the individual working groups are working on, so that we're all in a situation now that we know who to talk to and know where that overlap is. So I think that's incredibly helpful, because I know from some of the conversations we've had in the working group that I'm in, it's been, well, I bet that this working group is doing something, or I've talked to this working group and they're doing something. So I think this is going to be incredibly helpful to help us come together and fully nut everything out.
Perfect. Any other final questions or comments from the task force?
Teddy, I have one quick question.
Sure, go ahead, Dale.
Back in one of the early presentations, they were talking about the FCC being able to have enough money in their budget to do some of the work that we needed for some of the mapping and whatnot. I never did hear an amount of how much money they needed, or in which budget cycle that might occur. So if somebody could send some of that information out to us, I'd appreciate it.
Good point, Dale. I had kind of asked that question, and I don't know that we had I don't know that we have an answer for that, but we will make sure. And I saw it in the chat that to follow up on that question to make sure that we have an answer to it, or at least some thought about what the answer might be. So
hi, Teddy. Teddy, this is Erin. You're right. There isn't currently an answer to that, but we can try to see what we can do to get maybe an estimate or something. But we'd have to run it up the chain. It hasn't been determined yet, because I think the point was that there are no appropriations from Congress to implement the Broadband Data Act, and that's basically what that discussion was surrounding.
Thank you, Erin. Yeah, thank you, Erin, for providing that perspective. I think where Dale is coming from, and kind of my thought as well, is if one of our recommendations is going to be that appropriation needs to be made, or funding needs to be made available to make sure we act on the improved mapping. That's a recommendation we can make, and so we can actually help put that into the report that we put together. So, but yeah, so we can work together to see where we can get to with that answer.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Dale, for bringing that up. Any other final questions or comments? Jesse and the FCC or USDA team, any questions from your end?
No question from me. Just want to thank everyone for their time today. A lot of good information shared, and they were really good presentations. So thank everybody. Thank everybody again for participating. Things are going really well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I wanna just close off by saying a huge thank you to all the working groups, the chair, the vice chairs, and also even all the participants on those working groups. A lot of good effort has gone into this. It's reflected by a lot of the thoughtful recommendations and the information you brought forward. I know I wrote down a ton of notes, and I'm even looking forward to getting access to that material. It just even helps us from a talking perspective of what's on our mind as far as what type of recommendations we might be making. I also feel like, I know it was a little bit of a push to have something ready today, but that's helping us get closer to the final sort of output of what we want to put together for this year specifically. So I thought that was really good, and we are narrowing down on that, and that was super helpful. And then finally, thank you for sitting through today. I know it's not the easiest of having, but I've been much better to been face to face, and even the breaks have felt like bigger breaks. But I know sitting in front of a computer all day long is really draining. And I'm glad we were able to finish 1 hour earlier. So at least you get 1 hour back. So that'll be a little gift for today. But I do appreciate you being paying attention, being engaged throughout this process, and really sitting through this and really helping shape everybody's sort of knowledge on this piece, and making sure we can make some really good recommendation and make some changes. So awesome. With that, have a great rest of the afternoon. Have a great rest of the summer, and we'll probably catch up towards the latter part of August.
Thanks, Teddy.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.